Olá a todos, sejam muito bem-vindos de volta ao Global Agribusiness Forum, neste segundo dia de muita programação também. Nós daremos início em instantes, ok? A nossa programação nas arenas simultâneas. Peço que vocês vão chegando, se acomodem, aos que estão ainda no ambiente externo também, que se acheguem aqui, porque nós daremos início em instantes à nossa programação neste segundo dia. Nesse retorno do almoço, estamos esperando, né, a chegada também dos participantes, dos nossos painelistas, moderadores, e nós iniciaremos em instantes aqui nas 4 arenas simultâneas. Teremos a Arena Sustentabilidade, Inovação, Global e Fórum. Também com temas como riscos zoossanitários, como evitar e superar. Teremos também um painel sobre títulos verdes e oportunidades de financiamento para empresas do agronegócio com as agências multilaterais. Teremos ainda um painel Acordo Verde e a estratégia do campo à mesa, o caminho da União Europeia para sistemas alimentares sustentáveis, além de novo perfil do produtor. Serão então esses 4 primeiros painéis nas nossas arenas simultaneamente na nossa programação do segundo dia do Global Agribusiness Forum. Vocês acompanham então Arena Sustentabilidade, Inovação, Global e Fórum com transmissão simultânea para mais de 30 países online pela plataforma Strix One. Até já então, pedimos a todos que se acomodem, daremos início em instantes à nossa programação. Teste. Olá, muito boa tarde a todos. Sejam bem-vindos mais uma vez à nossa tarde do Global Agribusiness Forum, neste segundo dia de programação intensa também, como vocês podem ver. As 4 arenas já estão disponíveis para que vocês possam escolher qual delas irá assistir a partir de agora. Quero lembrá-los que além aqui do palco principal, nós temos também com realização da UI, o Lounge AgTech, com informações também, painéis sobre eficiência, sobre sustentabilidade, aqui ao final, então, ao longo da...
At the end, along the afternoon, is another programming you can also check it with the Global Agribusiness Forum. In arena sustainability, risks, zoosanitary, how to avoid and overcome, with João de Almeida Sampaio Filho, Delair Ângelo Borges, CEO of Saúde Animal Brasil, José Antônio Ribas Jr., Executive Director, Agro-Sustentabilidade of Seara Foods. Channel 1 for English and 2 for Portuguese. Arena Innovation. You have to connect your... No?
Em português, temos como moderador o Guilherme Nastari, diretor da Datagro, e os palestrantes Luiz Carvalho, líder de pesquisa América Latina, chefe do Departamento de Óleo, Gás e Agronegócio da UBS-BB São Paulo, Guilherme Meira, diretor de investimentos sêniores da Proparco, Xia Huasheng, vice-presidente do Banco da China, e também Letícia Oliveira, gerente de riscos da BS Bios. Então, teremos aí mais esse painel com esse importante tema também. Na nossa terceira arena, a Arena Global, o Acordo Verde e a Estratégia do Campo à Mesa, o caminho da União Europeia para sistemas alimentares sustentáveis. Dr. Plínio Nastari, moderador deste painel, e teremos alguns palestrantes de forma remota conosco. Joaquim Villa, oficial de Relações Internacionais da Comissão Europeia, Cyril Lapasletti, oficial de Relações Internacionais, também relacionado à Comissão Europeia, José Pio Bertrand, presidente da Fundação Triptolemos, da Espanha, e Júlio Berbel, professor de Políticas Agrícolas, Florestas e Políticas Rurais, Sistemas Agrícolas Sustentáveis da Espanha. Esse tema importantíssimo, Acordo Verde e a Estratégia do Campo à Mesa, o caminho da União Europeia para sistemas alimentares sustentáveis. Um excelente painel, Dr. Plínio. E aqui na nossa Arena Fórum começará o novo perfil do produtor. Temos a Teca como moderadora, Tereza Cristina Vendramini, presidente da SRB, e os palestrantes Fábio Rezende Barbosa, diretor da Nova América, Milton Stiegal, presidente da Brasil e Carlos Brando, presidente do Conselho da Plataforma Global Coffee Brasil. Desejo também a todos aqui um excelente painel. A todos vocês que estão nos acompanhando aqui simultaneamente, lembro mais uma vez que temos também ali atrás programação durante a tarde da UI, e vocês todos estão convidados a acompanharem também. Uma excelente discussão, um excelente painel a todos e até mais. Olá, sejam todos muito bem-vindos.
Estão me ouvindo?
Can you hear me well? Good afternoon to my 3 friends, Carlos Brando, Fábio Rezende Barbosa, Milton Stigl. They give me the opportunity to have this panel at GAF. I want to thank once again to GAF. It's the Nastari family. It's once again giving us this opportunity.
Vocês estão acessando cada arena através de diferentes links disponíveis na nossa plataforma oficial.
The opportunity to have this second panel. It's been special. Yesterday we talked a lot about agriculture. We talked a lot about sustainability. And the idea today is to bring this profile of this producer. How is this new producer here in Brazil? And the 3 of you are representatives and are going to talk a lot about this. I have no doubt about that the profile of the producers have changed a lot in the last decades. Along with the evolution of Brazil, there's been a bigger demand for technology. I have no doubt that you're going to talk a lot about this issue. Innovative practices. The producer wants to use this, and those practices that increase soil efficiency, reduce the use of inputs, water care. We also talk a lot about there's a generation that came from direct planting. Today we talk about precision agriculture, agriculture 4.0, 5.0, crop management using data. It's a spectacle to talk about this 4.0, unmanned aircraft. This is a reality nowadays. We also have other discussions which is carbon. We are discussing how to storage the carbon from soil and reduce the emissions of carbon. This producer of this year, everyone's going to talk about these advancements. Those practices are modern, and the new technological wave of the field will be the focus of this panel. We're going to start with Milton, and then Fabio and Carlos. Milton, it's up to you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here, greeting my colleagues here. I'm going to do a presentation of the company that I work, which is Brazil Biofuels. We work in the North region in 5 states: Acre, Amazonas, Pará, Rondônia, and Roraima. A brief history about Brazil Biofuels. We are a company that has been recently funded in 2008 and is to leverage the development, social and economic sustainable, to integralize the movement of unity to replace the fossil fuels in the Amazon. This model basically is the extraction and production of palm oil to transform it in a biofuel in the place and replace the big number of thermoelectrical that has in the Amazon forest and substitute by these new form. And we have 38 nowadays thermoelectrical, 68,000 hectares. We have more than 6,500 jobs and 12,000 tons of oil. About the sustainability and palm. Palm is a perennial plant. It cannot be mechanized. The process is 100% manual, and it is widely produced in Southeast Asia. 3 countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, in this order, are responsible for 85% of the oil production in the world. Brazil is less than 1% of this production. So we have excellent potential, and I'm going to talk a little about this later. We're going to talk about this later. It's been approved. It was approved in May 2010. The zoning agroecological for palm culture, palm crops. Brazil has the principal legislation for this, with comparing other countries in the world. This law says that it is prohibited to plant in the national territory unless it is an area that is being used until December 2007. If you want to plant this in Brazil and you need this licensing, environmental licensing, we are able to know if this area is in the zone. What we did after the happening of this law, we went to more remote regions, like in the state of Roraima, where they have this industry installed, and we started to this plant, and we started to develop the palm in these degraded areas. These areas didn't have agricultural activity. It was quite the opposite. In this region, in 1974, was created the second biggest Incra place in Brazil. And there had more than almost 2,000 families there. They went to a motto, integrate, not to deliver. There was a dispute between Guyana, Venezuela, and Brazil. and they had to protect against any agreements who would want to take this area from Brazil. And the people had the dream to work this land, but Roraima is isolated from the rest of Brazil by the Amazon forest, and there was no way um, to pass this production. So the people who lived there had to look for products in farther areas to survive. And you have more than 3,000 hectares that are degraded that produce absolutely nothing. So what we did is to install the project. We founded the company in Roraima. We started to plant, and the thermoelectrical power plants that generated energy in these cities, these towns, that the federal government had to pay for the diesel to make 1 liter to generate energy. We replaced that for energy that's produced locally. We extracted oil, transformed this oil in biodiesel, and used the same infrastructure of energy generation, replacing the fuel. So nowadays, BBF has given a second step. We left this first step and we developed a step ahead. Nowadays, we have a plant of biodiesel being built in Manaus with a refinery where we're going to transform oil, vegetable oil, and green diesel that's not biodiesel, and with SAF, which is a fuel, sustainable aviation fuel. These two kinds of fuels, they are very important because Brazil today exports diesel. We don't have in Brazil difficulty with petrol. We have difficulty with refineries. Nowadays, they supply 75% of local demand. When you have a petrol refinery, we have the more light, and you have the asphalt. You have different kinds of byproducts of extracted from oil. Brazil doesn't need gas to import gas. Petrobras imports a lot of gas and spends billions to do that, and we don't need the heavy products. The solution for BBF in Brazil is perfect because we recover the degraded area, produce what Brazil imports, which is aviation kerosene and diesel oil, in a very practical way, recovers the forest and the cost and creates jobs that in a region that needs 25 million people with almost no opportunities of jobs. In the countryside of Amazon, there aren't many job options. As I said, the palm cannot be mechanized. They employ a lot of people, a big number of people. We are developing this in Roraima for the refinery in Manaus, and we're going to start working to 2025, and will generate 12,000 jobs. They will plant in Roraima 120,000 hectares, and the refinery in Manaus because of the distribution. This is proof of the success when they replaced biodiesel with the fossil fuel. These 38 thermoelectrical are in these 5 states: Rondônia, Roraima, Amazonas, Acre, and Pará. And we also have another perspective as the clusters where we extract the palm oil produce a waste. About 25 tons and 5 tons you extract oil. We have this surplus of biomass. We generate the energy from biomass. So from this, we have a thermoelectrical of 17 megawatts. The technology that is taken beyond biodiesel. The integration of the productive chain. Basically, this is the process. It's interesting, palm, because palm oil is the most consumed by humanity. Brazil cannot bear to be only 1% because the humanity uses is the most used oil. It's not difficult to commercialize, to sell around the globe. You can transform them in biofuel and transform this biofuel in megawatts. Each step of the chain, we aggregate value, we add value. The energy in this system connected, that the energy system in 80% of Brazilian territory, the tariff is about 200 to 250 reais in megawatt an hour. In this place, in the north is about 2,000 to 4,000. And who pays this is every Brazilian citizen. So every Brazilian citizen shares the cost of this. And by the Constitution, we have the same right of the infrastructure of the country. So this model is not good only to the Amazon region, but for all Brazilians, because this tax is going down along the time that we've been working. What really highlights the forum we were working, when you talk about a company that has more than 6,500, works in 5 states, and use agricultural product, where is technology on biofuels? This is the answer. In 2022 until today, we have had 6 new patents. In the second semester, we have 1 more patent. Next year, we are developing 13 new patents. So we have been perfecting is to make bigger this chain to other products. The internal fruit of palm, the CPKO, the palm mist oil, there are more than 300 chemical products that use this. What we are doing is this work of working with solvents, surfactants that came from petrol. We are replacing competitively. These green products are not necessarily going to be more expensive in scale and to avoid export. It is very gratifying to see that this perspective has, since from one who works directly on the land with the palm but goes through different stages, to the engineers. In the workers of BBF workforce, we have more than 80 engineers, chemical, electrical. It's a different step. Myself, when I speak about BBF, people are surprised. What can you compare in the world with a company that has this kind of behavior and vision? It is rare to find, and Brazil has this prevalence. We are always innovating, bringing a lot of knowledge and technology to Acre. And that's how I finish my presentation. Over to you, Teca. Thanks a lot. You finished 6 minutes earlier. You brought a lot of important things when you talk about vegetable oil, when you talk about green diesel, some collocations that we can speak later. And you have Brazil as an exporter of diesel oil. It's very important. Some other collocations when you say about recovery of degraded areas and also of green forests. And also when you talk about the Brazil in Roraima, then almost 90,000 families, the worry nowadays of BBF are with this few job options, and how BBF is going to help to generate jobs for everyone. That's how you started your speech. And now over to Fabio, going to talk about. There's another number. Brazil has 5 million rural properties. I like a lot to talk about this. More than 15 million people occupy those properties. So that's what we're talking about. It's up to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Milton, congratulations. Later, I have a few questions for you as well. To you as well. So I'd also like to thank the Datagro family for this event and for inviting me for this panel. And I will talk a bit about what is how it looks like in the area where I am and what am I seeing. My name is Fabio. I'm a fourth generation of producers. It's everything started with my grandma, then my great grandma, my grandfather, my father, and now myself. So I'm responsible within our family business to manage it all. And we're near the Pontal do Paranapanema region. It is northwest of São Paulo. We have most of it is sugarcane, a smaller part is grains, and we have some 400 partners working in our properties, and we have people working with 1 hectare or 2,000 hectares. We have a large partner profile with bringing their own knowledge and the use of technology that is very different between them. And we have we're seeing how they evolve that and how they work with new technologies throughout the years. So one of the main issues here is how more and more the producers are connected with the world. I believe that the perception of a global world with internet and mobile phones, producers in general, they've been learning more and more the world and understanding their connections with the world and how to reduce costs, how to apply technology, innovations of different parts of the globe, new technologies, new ways to crop management, how to understand pricing. People don't hit the spot every time, but they try. And many times, each time we have discussed this for many times, and there is a perspective of the main issues and a perspective of how this impacts your daily life. We used to think that, well, if something happens in Russia, that doesn't impact me. But now we're seeing that more and more these issues do impact in our lives and the lives of the producers. All the way from someone who has a large operation, a milk producer, maybe geopolitical issues and geopolitical interests impact your cost, but your selling price impact your clients, and the truck cost, the freight cost as well, either for freight from farm to plant or plant to consumer. So these global supply chains, we've seen due to the pandemics that they all were broken. Sometimes you have a route that has 100 and it goes to 0, and one that was 0 goes to 1000, and we don't have electronic circuits for our devices or our cars, and we're having problems with the tire logistics. Sometimes you have a flat tire, but you don't have tires to replace it. And so producers in general, they get updated on these issues. Maybe we haven't reached about these issues, but they're trying to understand it. Another issue that is growing in importance is communication. We have been discussing this for some time already, and we discussed this yesterday. And how can we communicate or advertise agribusiness in the real world agribusiness? Because sometimes we think sustainability, it's in my veins. It's in my blood because I'm fourth generation. If we weren't sustainable, I wouldn't be here today. If we were doing something wrong, you know. So how do we advertise that in an open way? Clearly, everyone that is working in agribusiness today, they're proud of doing so. They're proud of working with agribusiness. We talk about agribusiness as a producer of food, but how do we? And we forget to talk about agribusiness in terms of making water available. And how do we communicate this? We're not that far. Sometimes we're very away from the cities, and people in the cities, even people in the cities nearby, they don't know quite well what we're doing. Sugarcane, for a few years now, we have zero wildfires policy, and we respected that. And there's difficulty to advertise that you're not doing that anymore, that you're not putting your crops on fire anymore. So how do we communicate this better? Because this affects society, and there's a will, but there's also fear to be labeled, to have bad comments on your initiatives. So there's a will to do so, but they're concerned to communicate it. So they're afraid of communicating on a constant basis. Another issue is, how do we measure for real this sustainability? Because when we're talking about sustainability, we have a trend of always looking towards the environment side of it, but how agriculture, and I see a lot of people talking about this. Let's have an advertisement to maybe tell people what we're doing for sustainability. Maybe a festival or something at a rural district, and to enable people, to train people to be more sustainable. They could have an extra income. So how do we measure this impact? And I believe this is very important. And we have the financial market helping out with this. It's a very important role that they have, because they have a strategy to reinforce this on the producer. So I understand that this is a trend to how do we reduce, not eliminate, but how do we reduce the use of chemicals in crops, and how can we make better use of biological or organic minerals? I understand that there is a higher interest from producers in general. Of course, in terms of they think about costs as well. There's the issue of quality of water, and you need good water. And in the end, this good water is produced by you. So it's very difficult today, at least in my area, to have a water fountain that is not protected. So this is very interesting. Also, in terms of biogas and biofuels, biodiesel, and all these biofuels, more and more we hear how they could replace diesel. So this is also a trend. And we have biodigesters and people using this kind of strategy. There's also the issue of technology and a growing interest in the use of technology. Of course, we need to understand the metrics. We always used an average, but with technology we're more precise. And how do we measure by points? And the search for tools and technologies, I believe this is occurring on a constant basis. More and more people want to know what's going on and what's the cost of it. A trend of autonomous devices or autonomous working vehicles per se. And how this equipment can be implemented in the field to work. Because someone always needs to input information and provide instructions for this equipment. So how can we apply this? Because we want to understand these new systems. We discuss a lot about how do we understand a radar graph or a geographic imaging, a geoimaging for biomass. So I believe there is a search for knowledge and the applicability of these tools. Last year we had 3 frosts. This is very unusual, and we've used geoimaging to change our crops. Historically, we had to go to the site, take samples, and now we can work with geoimaging to do that. Of course, those who were doing this, working with geoimaging, they were kind of insecure to understand if it was working or not. So we have a guy that's been with us some 35 years working for us, and we asked Roberto. There's a guy named Roberto, and we call him to be the to do the assessment. And so, but he said, "Well, this if I knew this would work so well," he said his words, "If I knew this would work so well, we could have implemented this some 10 years ago." So it's his assessment of the technology. So more and more, the use of it broadens. More and more, we're more digital, and distances they get wider. And there is a search for knowledge. I see a constant investigation and questioning and doing a more refined search for knowledge. They ask a lot more, and they're not afraid to do so. So there's a trend here for a more accurate debating, because now if you go to Google, there's 50 different answers, and you need to find the one that meets your profile or answers your question precisely. So this is a search, and it's very interesting to compare empirical with scientific knowledge. How do we compare? How do we have this struggle between the two? And how do we take the best of each one? There's a very interesting leap from each one. Sometimes we have like grandfathers and grandchildren to work. And sometimes we even see grandfathers telling their grandsons, some sort of technology that they need to use. And the grandchildren, they have to say, we don't have the technology out in the field. Well, Grandpa says, you figure it out. Put a mobile tower there. I don't know, but use this technology. So this exchange isn't very intense, and it's very interesting, and it helps out. So it helps the little guy. The big guy helps the little guy. It works for everybody. I believe this is it. I guess I'm over time already. This is great. You still had some 3 minutes. Well done, everyone. Great. Okay, this was great, Fabio. I just wanted to tell everybody listening. I'm sorry, I'm not using the phone. I have some back noise, so I can't have my phone on. Fabio, this was very interesting to listen to. I guess it's our panel, the new profile of the new producer profile. You had this interesting overview, and then at the end you mentioned the use of satellites and mobile phone networks. And you've mentioned Russia. I believe you mentioned the Ukraine war. This is something new for us. This is a connection that we have in the last months. And you had this impact in supply chains. I believe this is it. Brazilian producers, at this moment, we came out of COVID, and now with this war, we have a global vision. We're not used to this. We used to be each one in your little world. So, and they've talked about the communication in agribusiness, and you mentioned something that I love. Sustainability is in my blood. I don't need to talk about this. If we weren't sustainable, I wouldn't be here today. So yeah, sometimes I say that I have a lot of invitations to talk outside of the agro world, and I love it. I love this because I have the opportunity to take our view. I'm a producer. I'm a livestock owner, and I started a long time ago, and I wouldn't be here today if we weren't sustainable. And it's very interesting hearing you say, that we're also water producers. So Milton, also you mentioned about this impact, and talk about the regions. Being here, upstate São Paulo, it's such a different reality from our colleague in the Amazon. This is very interesting. Another issue that you brought in, that is the 80 years of your business. It's the different generations. The one that you mentioned, the history about Robertão. This is very interesting. And now please, Carlos, now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Teca. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you, especially you up front. I thank the organizers, Datagro, for the opportunity to speak with you about the new producer profile and how this platform, the global platform of coffee that we know as GCP, is working to help the small coffee producer now in the future in Brazil, in the world. Because depending on the criteria that we adopt, little coffee producers are 90% in the world, 80% in Brazil. And in Brazil, they are 50%, half of the production. I am very glad, Teca, that we have talked with Fabio before, because I ran the risk. I was going to repeat many of the things he said that are applicable to coffee with some adjustments. A lot of people of the items that Fabio mentioned. I'm going to focus now on my presentation something different, on the difficulty to take these to small producers, because the big producers are the first to adopt. So how can we get to these producers? So the Global Coffee Platform is a pre-competitive that was established in Switzerland, has a central headquarters in Germany, involves the agribusiness from the seed to the cup with 120 members around the world. GCP has national platforms of sustainability, teams working actively in 7 countries that represent about 70% of the production of the world production of coffee. Our focus is in the prosperity of the coffee producer, especially the small producer, because without income, it's very hard that the producer to be socially and environmentally sustainable. So this is a challenge. There is a very big challenge. This is the list of the GCP members in the world in alphabetical order. Brazil is the country that has the biggest number of members. Carlos, you might be thinking that Carlos is the president of the platform board because Brazil has the biggest number of members. No, that's not it. It's because Brazil is the example, is a role model for the rest of the world. And also because we exported equipment for more than 100 countries in the world. So this has given from the countries, the producing countries that define the policies. We talk with the producers, with the government, with export. The members of GCP that are facing you are from the sectors of production, trade, of commerce, industry, and the third sector, the civil society. The sectors and societies that are represented shows the scope and diversity of GCP. It's not easy to have all these interests met. The countries, you have people from Asia, Africa, Latin America, and one for Brazil, just one. That show how Brazil is important to this agribusiness coffee. In the industry, you have Nestlé and JDE, Pilão in Brazil, and among other. Canadian Mother Parkers, Western Rock and A&D from United States. They supply McDonald's, Dunkin' Donuts, and etc. The commerce is two of biggest traders, Econ and OFI, the new name of Lolan. And the third sector have some of the main stakeholders of Conservation International, Solidarity, Rainforest, Human Development ADDI, and a board on Rabobank, that as a bank that is connected with agriculture. To be in this panel talking about the profile of the new producer, because GCP 2.0 that we will be building in the next 8 or 10 years is working exactly in these profiles, with emphasis in the sustainability in the small producer of coffee in the world. On GCP 2.0, we create national platforms of sustainability for the 7 countries, national curriculums of sustainability, and initiatives of collective action. We develop bonds and relationships in the private and public sectors in these countries that we work on. On GCP 2.0, we want to improve the conditions, the livelihoods of 1 million coffee producers. 1 million coffee producers is very considerable. This is the three times the number of the producers in Brazil, because Brazil has 280,000 producers. We're going to use this base that is already created to promote their top-down to create prosperity. Focusing on the producer, they need more the income, so it's a shared responsibility from the seed to the cup, not the other way around, because it has to start at the top, from the cup to the seed, because if the supply chain and the consumer don't help to pay this bill, the producer, especially the small producer, won't be able to be sustainable. We want this and we dream about this, and we need to afford them the means. And there are many challenges in the world. The coffee producers are getting old. There is no prosperity. There is a climate crisis. They don't have finance access. To face those challenges, the productive chain and the governments have to cooperate. And there is also challenges because public and private efforts are not aligned. Global action, what they want abroad, is not aligned with the local context. There's a lot of discussions from top down. We need more group actions. Brazil, the coffee agribusiness in Brazil is a very successful story to face those challenges, even though there's a lot to do yet. In 1990, when the quotas of the International Organization of Coffee ended, and also of the Brazilian Institute of Brazil, the agribusiness progressively woke up. The research has been organized. The rural extension was taken by the states that are produce coffee. It started to there's been like a campaign to people to consume more coffee in Brazil, and it jumped from 6 to 20 bags of coffee. We have different kinds of coffee, special coffees, premium coffees, without any damage to the commercial coffees. And the coffee produced in Brazil gets one of the biggest shares of the export price in the world, 85 to 90%. The average in the world is 60% only. And finally, there's financing available, and coffee culture. The coffee producer has access to it in Brazil. The result of this is in this graph that you can see. In the last 20 years, the average production increased 80% from 31 to 52 million bags on average 4 years. Or the planted area decreased 20% because the productivity has almost doubled from 15 to 28 bags by hectare. The challenges of coffee farmer challenges in Brazil and the rest of the world, the result of the success of part of it, the Brazilian coffee farmer has one of the smallest average ages, is the youngest in the world. There's a succession from generation to generation. It is much more prosperous than the rest of the world, even though there's a lot of space for improvement. They have more access to financing than the rest of the world. There are high-risk climates like other producers, and a bad image, external image, that doesn't help us in the part of sustainability. So to improve this 1 million plus coffee producers' lives, we need to focus on prosperity and the items of sustainability, like Fabio described, coming as a consequence. For this, our lines of action will be to increase the income of well-being, prosperity, and sustainability. We have to include young people and women in the world. We have to transfer technology from producers, from big producers to small producers. As I heard from Milton and Fabio, that's what you are doing. And we need to do this more in Brazil and in the world. We need to implement regenerative agriculture. We also talked about this, to think about sustainability beyond the certification and increase the access to internet, which is basic to do all of this. I get fun when I say about to the producer that do you have a smartphone? Yes, we do, but it only is smart when I'm in the urban area, because in the rural area it becomes a dumb phone. So a lot of people in coffee culture don't have a smartphone. A lot of this is working in Brazil. There's a lot to do yet, especially in the case of the small coffee farmer. The collaboration challenges from GCP, which are called by CAIS, by their initials in English, are the answer of GCP to the collective challenge in the countries where we work on, including Brazil. What are CAIS? They derive from this base created by the national sustainability platforms, the national curriculum of coffee sustainability, and go through the codes of reference of coffee sustainability. These guys are the way to share the responsibility via sustainability from cup to the seed. And in Brazil, GCP Brazil is On the lead of this process, those initiatives, collective action initiatives, we have two in Brazil, to use agrochemicals and well-being, social well-being in Brazil. Those are initiatives, different initiatives. They are generally sponsored by the industry and commerce that fund this bill. But they are decided in the countries, producer countries, as they have been decided in Brazil. And the environmental area is next. What is different from this initiative from a project are the implementative agents. For example, the cooperatives, extension services, the traders of coffee. While the project is on, it's okay, but when it ends, it can come back to an older situation. So these results are felt every day in agriculture. This is the difference between initiative and project. In the Coffee Sustainability Reference Code, it's being developed, Fabio, to create a world reference, to create a language that is common for sustainability, including the consumer. The problem in coffee is there's too many people measuring and there's too many measurements, and the consumer gets lost with so many measures. What the platform is proposing is a basic code that works in all over the world, and the systems are doing their equivalents. There is 4C, the Brazilian Frutifica Minas, Fair Trade, Rainforest, UTZ, and Starbucks. These are, and also Econ, FI, Inveritas, Exportadora Gachupé, Mercon, Nespresso. The code of reference, sustainability of GCP, is on par with the goals of development of the United Nations. They also assess the pesticides, which is a very controversial subject. And the platform, even instead of giving a yes or no answer, they have a permanent committee that discuss this subject all the time, this issue. This reference code from GCP is a base to our annual reports. We call them snapshots of sustainable coffee purchases by industry and commerce. In 2019 and 2020, JDE, Melita, and it has increased from one year to the other. Melita, Nestlé, Strauss, Supra Café, and Tesco supermarket chain. It's a sustainable volume reported by those companies. It increased from 41% to almost half of it, 49%. The volumes that have been reported is about 34 million bags, 20% of the total world consumption. So we want more to use it. So people who are not very companies that are not so sustainable, they don't want to report it. But the aim of these reports is how to engage the industry and commerce to buy more sustainable coffee, because sustainability has to come from the cup to the seat, and it's from the commerce and industry edges. I was very glad to when I was preparing this presentation last week, reading Valor Econômico newspaper, and in 4 days I saw a lot of news about this new producer profile. So agri, it continues to be tech and pop, but above all, people. This is what the three of us talked about here. But to create a bioscience company is much harder than to create a financial or technological company, because it demands a lot of talent, knowledge, and time, and plant capacity, as Milton said. Of course, it is very hard to do everything I'm saying here, to make it happen with speed and scale without partnership between state and the private sector and policies. This is what the GCP aims and wishes. Thank you very much for your attention.
This was great, Carlos. I think everybody has gotten excited by your presentation. We almost had a tilt here with the amount of data that you sent us. But what's the amount? What's the percentage or the share of coffee planters that is small planters? Some 80% of coffee planters are small producers in Brazil. So, and the amazing is that some 80% of these has an average of less than $100 a month. An average income of less than $100 a month. You mentioned 1 million coffee planters, and your work is to improve this. So you talk about bonds, relationships, links, and I thought this is very special. And also, Fabio, you mentioned something, communication, and about the need to have good communication, and how the global coffee platform, how you need that, and you need to be accounted for. Another thing is from coffee cup to seed, or to seed from coffee cup. So and vice versa. So this is great as well. And you've mentioned that coffee plantation in general, it's a niche market, and it provides an opportunity for coffee planters. You brought in some numbers that inspire us, and I think this is great. You mentioned young producers as well, and mentioned the secession. But all three here, Milton also mentioned this. You talk about this better income. So also, finally, you've had this. You're provoking us to be more honest about the data. So now we are open for questions. I believe there's someone who wants to ask a question. Please, we need a microphone. Maybe nobody. Maybe can I ask a question? Yeah, we can also ask questions among us. Andrea, please. It's just us and ourselves. So please, Fabio, can you ask Milton? I saw that map. I had a number. I don't know if you can confirm this or not. Now that we have this pressure on diesel prices, when we look at it, is the number correct? Some 17% of Brazilian diesel consumed in Brazil is for energy generation and in the north region. north region. Is this true? And if it is, how does this production capacity of biomass and solar that and local production, how could we reduce these diesel consumption and change it for biodiesel, maybe reduce diesel imports? I can't say exactly the number, but approximately some 3 billion liters of diesel that are dedicated for thermal energy, and we have replaced many of these power plants. They have reached many cities. For many reasons, the electricity there is diesel powered, and the question here is what is the renewable that is more adapted for that specific region? In the Amazon, it is very clouded. It's not without reason that it's called rainforest. When you use solar panels, you need a large open area, and it's difficult to find this at the riverside community. They live in the riverside, of course, and imagine if you go on environmental licensing to have some 3-4 hectares open forest there, and so there's an issue here. Another issue that is very relevant is how many jobs a solar panel creates. So that's what's more interesting about our solution. We're recovering this degraded area. Today we have Wilson Ferreira, one of Vibra presidents. He's also president of Latam and Azul. Even sustainability and credit. We had a flyover Roraima, and we had a presentation. See that some 82% of the working power is public servants. So this is the reality. If Roraima's GDP is almost zero, almost 100% of Roraima's food comes from other states, how this degraded area that we're flying over could produce something? And this is degraded not by agribusiness. It has been degraded by an institution of agricultural settling back in the 70s. Now, those working with the agribusiness, like your family, you know that it's not worth the price of land and the culture that you want to implement there. But it's the consuming market. I could give away the land, but when you produce here, and whatever production you have here, the consuming markets, you have all your margin on your logistics, because you have to transport to the largest tropical forest in the world. And additionally, we have 2 countries, Venezuela and Guyana. It's difficult to talk about exports with these countries. And when you see the largest producers in terms of grains, we have the largest producing state in the world is Mato Grosso. So you have the answer right here for all your questions about this. What I showed for large aviation companies is that we're going to produce fuel here that is cheaper than petrol. And this, what I'm saying here is revolutionary, because these fuels like SAF and HVO in the European and US market, they cost 4 to 6 times of fossil fuel. And here we have the possibility to compete on even with oil barrels on the base of $50. So hear me out, how spectacular this solution is. Yes, absolutely, it's very interesting. Please, yes, go ahead. Hello, hello, hi. Good afternoon, all. First of all, I'd like to congratulate your moderation, Teca. Thank you very much. You're a fresh breeze in the agriculture of Brazil, and we need young people and women on our side. It will be amazing to have that, and I'd like to congratulate the panelists. I'm from Ener Sugar as producer. Fabio's from Great Tarumã area, and I'm from Great Palmitau area. A joke about the size of the cities. And I had the opportunity to drink coffee at Fabio's grandfather plantation, and his grandfather was saying how important coffee is and how we own coffee, the development of our country and our state. We take coffee as sugar, right? And Carlos is in a position where he's poking the wound here. I'm sorry, Milton, sorry. Milton from BFF. It's right there with, poking the wound. And everybody is saying, who can answer for Brazil in global forums, because Brazilian ambassador can't do it, and they don't want to listen to Brazilian ambassadors. But I know I just found out someone who can speak for Brazil in these global forums. I believe that you could be this person. So congratulations for your work. So my question is, maybe I can answer. I can have two questions, very brief. For Carlos, why is it that we only see advertisements from Colombian coffee, and Brazil is so have such an outstanding role in coffee, globally speaking? And Fabio, whoever sees him wearing this blazer doesn't recognize, because he's a very hands-on guy. He's always his boots are tainted red because of the dirt. And one of the concerns that we always had, is for new generations. We could not see new generations with potential. So, Fabio, what's your feeling among all your 400 partners? What's your feeling? Has this changed? I was president of the Suppliers Association, and I haven't seen it really. So I wanted to hear from you if you have the same feeling that I do. Do you see new people coming in? Maybe Carlos could answer first. This is an interesting question. It takes time. It's complicated, but let me try to do it fast. First, because Colombia invested a lot in marketing, because historically, and all the problems that they had internally with drugs, it was very important for them to promote the country. And the product that they had spearheading this initiative was coffee. And Brazil, we missed this integrated action with the public sector and the private sector joining hands. And then now we have Funcafé that have a few billion. It's a $1 billion size business. But when we want the private sector, we ask the private sector to do that. They tell that the Funcafé should do it because they're large, because they have difficulties to invest in lost fund because they invest in marketing. But this doesn't return to the government. But Brazil has walked a long way in this direction. He's the founder of the Special Coffee Association. From the 2000s, 2005, he started an initiative, and 2 months ago in Guarujá City, the a senior executive of Starbucks, she mentioned that Brazil is the main supplier for the Starbucks chain. Silvio, I have seen a lot of new people, especially autonomous, that are somehow working. And these professionals, they've been working with the families, either they're doctors or some other sort of professionals, and they've been joining hands and getting closer to the plantation, to the production families. I have seen this a lot. Okay, everyone, someone came and talked to my ear saying that we need to stop. So, they're pinging here, the end, the end. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here today. It was great. Thank you very much to all.
Moraes, presidente da Câmara Pecuária da Secretaria de Agricultura do Estado de São Paulo, Luiz Adriano Maia Cordeiro, pesquisador da Embrapa Cerrados, e o Luiz Josaquian, superintendente da ABCZ. Um excelente painel a todos vocês. Aqui na Arena Inovação nós falaremos sobre transformação da agricultura, o impacto do Big Data. Francisco Maturro será o moderador deste próximo painel, ele que é secretário de Agricultura. Temos também como painelistas Adriana Arolho, CEO da SAP Brasil, Cynthia Shore, CEO e fundador da AgroSchool AgTech de Israel, também José Otávio de Albuquerque Sampaio, CEO Lockton Brasil, e Abdala Novaes, chefe de soluções agrícolas digitais da Crop Science América Latina da Bayer. Nós teremos também aqui na nossa próxima Arena Global, o painel Biocombustíveis e a Mobilidade do Futuro, como moderador Márcio de Lima Leite, presidente da Anfávia, e os palestrantes Pablo Dissi, presidente executivo da Volkswagen para a América Latina, Rafael Chang, presidente da Toyota Brasil, e Antônio Filosa, presidente Forum, nós teremos nosso próximo painel, o futuro da segurança do alimento de uma perspectiva social. Como moderador, Leonardo Bichara Rocha, economista agrícola sênior do World Bank, do Banco Mundial. Lindy Tam
Alô? Você me fala quando pode começar, né?
Quando você se vê aqui na tela.
Tá.
Se viu? Tá valendo.
Muito boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Light in the box.
It's a pleasure to participate here in this prestigious conference
Só que ele é menor. Ele é menor.
of Agribusiness Forum. It's organized by our partners Adatragro, world of research debate of Brazilian institution. I'd like to welcome the ones that are with us in this panel. My name is Leonardo Bichara. I am senior agriculture economist in the World Bank. At the moment, I work in the office in Brasilia, but I have been to several institutions, multilateral banks in the area of agriculture, International Sugar Organization in London, FIDA, in Rome, with offices in Salvador, and we have someone here that will be in the next panel that worked with me. And we're going to be here with these speakers so prominent. They're going to debate this important issue, the safety, food safety, from the point of view of the producer and the consumer. So I'd like to welcome to the panelists to Ms. Lindita Mola from Albania. She's the head of health environmental department at National Public Health Institute in Albania. She's been for more than 20 years checking the legislation and the debate in the food safety in her country. I'd like to welcome to Mr. Tirso Meirelles, the president of SEBRAE, and who also has an enormous contribution to small and medium businesses in Brazil, and Mauricio Haddad, president of Global Malnutrition Partnerships and Programs connected to sustainability and development of the human conditions. So thank you very much for being here with us, and we'll start this panel with the remote participation of Lindita Mola. Ms. Lindita, it's your turn now.
Thank you very much for the
Thank you very
invitation,
much.
Leonardo.
Obrigado.
I feel very good to be here and to present, let's say, the most important study that we have done in Albania. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. Before I started with my presentation, I wanted to say a few words related to this kind of the project. A few years ago, Group FERC and the WHO headquarters selected Albania and 3 other countries in all the world to be part of the project related to the estimation of burden foodborne disease in all the world. And after that, Japan, Uganda, Albania were part of this kind of the study. And the end, WHO published a huge material, a very important material for all the world. And as part of this study, I feel honored to be here ahead of you all and to start with our presentation. The aim of the study in Albania were related to the to intend and to involve all the food safety stakeholders to create and collect the data about foodborne disease, to share results with the stakeholders, and promote efforts to use the information for the developing evidence-based policies. We started with this project because we have had a high number of the gastroenteric illness specified as unknown gastroenteritis in the number of 56,000 cases per year and 1,000 cases for 100,000 number of the population, acknowledged the numerous hazards in food safety, biological and chemical hazards. We had a limited data related to the foodborne disease, and having more information for decision maker for improving the food safety system and politics related to the food safety in Albania. All the projects of this project we separated in two parts. The first, the two important parts, but we started for creating a team to conduct the study. All the members that were part of this study were from different institutions, and all the representatives from the government institutions, such as Ministry of Agriculture and Food Safety, Ministry of Health and Social Protection, research institution, and especially academic institution. That is also an important part of our survey. The study team conducted a situation analysis, described the regulation and status of food safety in country, as well identify the actors, policies, and practices, and general provide context for the scientific data. And in the end, we identify hazards in the food supply that were relevant for our country. The process of the Albanian study, as the first step, were focused more to the local scientists, that they collected data and information from human health surveillance, sources for food safety agencies on the incidence and nature of foodborne disease. In the structure and nature of the agencies responsible for the food safety and surveillance were described as the part of the situation analysis. The data were augmented by scientists and scientific literatures for information on food safety in Albania, and we had during our survey the ad hoc studies, different studies, where our scientists publish in different scientific journals in all the world. This activity was intended to provide a collection of existing information towards estimation of the foodborne disease in Albania. As I mentioned before, we focused into a part of the analysis of the system in Albania. The first one was a situation of the analysis public health and food safety governments in Albania for food safety. More important institutions were the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Consumer Protection. Food Safety Directorate included the National Food Authority, which is responsible for the official control, the risk assessment and communication. Official control involves the inspectors of food production, hygiene, even the certification of hazard analysis critical control points based on systems. Data on the prevalence of hazards in food safety supplies were limited. Official monitoring programs for shellfish in Albania were started since in 2005 and were supported by the European Union and were focused more in algae toxins and Escherichia coli. The second situation analysis were based on the human health surveillance. Human health surveillance of foodborne disease in Albania is led by the Institute of Public Health within the Ministry of Health, which collects data supplied by regional departments of public health, as well as an earlier warning surveillance system operates across all of Albania, and the case definitions are the same as the for syndromic surveillance under the international health regulations. Indicators of foodborne disease are the annual rates of the report, gastrointestinal illness, food poisoning cases are reported on the basis of estimate by the physicians from primary health care as well hospitalized cases. Etiology for cases in these general disease categories is rare, investigated, but the surveillance for the parasitic or viral infection is not routine. During our survey, we have had some limitations. The first one, and more important, it was we no calculating daily. The data gaps included. There are no community-level studies for the cases of gastroenteric illness and food poisoning. Etiological information is missing. There were few data on the prevalence of hazards in Albania food supply, limited data on which to base attribution for foodborne transmission. The pilot study was collected surveillance information and ad hoc studies on disease commonly caused by foodborne transmission of the pathogens. The findings during the study or project. This pilot study has suggested some ways in which the food safety system in Albania could be strengthened. The legal framework and regulatory infrastructure for the Albania food safety and surveillance system are in place, but one major gap appeared to be resourcing to support the existing laboratories to undertake diagnostic testing and more comprehensive monitoring of the food supply. This would also support the greater use of the epidemiological investigation tools to identify sources of information. In the long-term development of the capacity for typing of pathogens and potential sources would assist in attribution. It may be useful to apply needs assessment tools to the assessment of the Albanian food safety system, as has recently been applied to the Albanian maternity services. This pilot study prompted efforts to develop greater capacity in relation to food safety and foodborne disease in Albania. Related to the knowledge translation, Institute of Public Health, supported by WHO for Europe and WHO Country Office, organized face-to-face meeting and direct conversation between researchers that were from veterinary and public health epidemiology, and policymakers included Director General for Food Safety and Veterinary in the Ministry of Agriculture and Director of the Institute of Food Safety and Veterinary. Presented the result of research, findings, limitations, and challenges needed, and prepared a formal report and sent it to Ministry of Health and Ministry of Agriculture. In the end of the study, we have had some challenges that was linked mostly to the strengthen the laboratory capacity Institute of Veterinary, and some of these kind of labs are recently accredited. Microbiological laboratories focus more on food safety and animal health. Chemical laboratories related to that are performing heavy metals and pesticides residues. Some of them are doing the proficiency test under the supervision of the European Community. Strengthening the laboratory capacity on foodborne disease pathogens such as Salmonella and Campylobacter at the Institute of Public Health, and we update food regulation at the chapters related to the coordination of the control activities and collaboration linked to the collection, analysis, interpretation data, and dissemination of the information between the institutions. And the one chapter is more important was outbreak detection, investigation, and response. Albania is in the good start now. Let's say that for the future steps, we are in the process for the reorganization, the national structure of the food safety system, and the European Community is at that moment during implementation of the project related to the food safety in Albania. Thank you so much for your attention, and if you have any questions for me, I am here to hear you and to respond for everything.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lindita Mola.
Obrigado, senhorita Mola.
I think
E eu
it's actually quite
acredito,
interesting that
é muito
you are
interessante.
coordinating this effort here in Albania, because I think that we should worry not only about the quality of the food that we sell, but also about the quality of the food that we consume. And these two should come together. And I think definitely there needs to be a concerted action between the government and the private sector to get to terms with how this is going to be measured, because at the end it will impact, the whole population, not only in Brazil but abroad. And I think this initiative that you have there in Albania would be, I would say, would be quite a stepstone to be, to be mirrored by other countries as well. And I think with the EU, whatever you're doing with the EU at the moment, I think this sort of initiative could be replicated in other countries. And I think taking advantage of your presence here now, and I don't know how long the connection is going to be lasting, I would like to ask the audience here whether there are any questions to you on this topic, because we have another two speakers that will also speak on food safety, but probably also touching on food security from the production point of view. And so if there are any pressing questions now, we could maybe let the public ask, or maybe if you could kindly wait until the end to join the other two speakers for the debate, that would be appreciated as well. And I don't see any hands raised at the moment. So with that in mind, then I will move to the second presentation. Could have the questions and answers at the end. I'm pleased to call Mr. Tirso Meirelles, President of SEBRAE. Senhor Tirso Meirelles, presidente do SEBRAE, que vai agora nos fazer uma apresentação sobre o papel dessa importante instituição na produção da segurança alimentar, tanto do ponto de vista do consumidor quanto do ponto de vista do produtor, porque existem, na verdade, em inglês, segurança alimentar, ela pode ser traduzida de duas formas. Se você está olhando a segurança alimentar do que você come, ela é food safety. Mas se você olha para a segurança alimentar do ponto de vista do produtor e do que ele consegue produzir para se sustentar, economicamente falando, aí é food security. Então eu acho que esse debate nesses dois aspectos seria muito interessante, né? A gente poder aliar o food safety com o food security para que todas as etapas da cadeia de produção estejam alinhadas. Então, nesse sentido, senhor Tirso, gostaria de passar a palavra para o senhor, por favor, nos honrar com a sua apresentação.
Olha, muito obrigado, Léo. Um prazer em conhecê-lo. Uma grande honra, um privilégio estar aqui debatendo junto com esse programa fantástico da Datagro, que realmente reúne para que a gente possa fazer um fórum de desenvolvimento sustentável. Gostei muito da apresentação da Lindita, prazer em conhecê-la mesmo em distância. O meu querido Maurício, um irmão que nós temos aqui, que temos feito o trabalho conjuntamente. Quero cumprimentar o Plínio, dizer que nós somos Tirso Meirelles. Nós estamos como vice-presidente da Federação da Agricultura e Pecuária de São Paulo, onde o estado de São Paulo tem 645 municípios, estamos em 600 municípios, temos praticamente 100 mil produtores interligados na nossa instituição e temos também, estamos passando como presidente do SEBRAE, onde nós estamos em 450 municípios do estado de São Paulo. Tanto a Federação da Agricultura quanto o SEBRAE têm uma representação nacional. Hoje, as duas instituições, nós estamos voluntariamente...
Today are voluntarily performing a work to train the small producers. I'd like here to show the 17 Sustainable Development UN goals. These are 17 goals. And I would like to highlight 3 of those that are most important for us: sustainable development, zero hunger, and care for the environment. All 17 are important, but these three are the ones that we could highlight more in our field of study. So public and private sectors should join hands to reach these goals, to have the success of the productive chain. So let me give you some data about our state. So we have some agribusiness GDP of almost 2 trillion Brazilian reals. This is more than 20% of global of Brazilian GDP. We have some $100 billion in exports, and we represent 48% of the total Brazilian exports. And the workforce in the agribusiness is more than 17 million people, some 20% of all manpower in Brazil. And we have one of the most stiff environmental code of law in the world. It's very restrictive. So 41% of all energy consumed in Brazil is renewable. So alcohol was mixed with gasoline, and we reduced lead a lot in the atmosphere just by doing that. Today, Brazil feeds So Brazil is doing its sustainability work very well. This is an important slide. Today, in the Brazilian continent, let's say, some 61% of Brazilian territory is preserved with native vegetation, and the other 39% is agribusiness, or part of the rest is agribusiness. So today, so you can understand, here in the southeast, some 35% of the total vegetation is native vegetation is here in the southeast. So you could deforest, but you can't do it if you don't have a project on how to do it and receive the license to deforest. So you're mandatory to save that area. So this is very interesting to people understand the difficulty that productive sector has. So this is a 12-year struggle with the public ministry, with the prosecution service, and different areas of the public sector. I wanted to do that to highlight the work that we've been doing. We have now the concept of food and nutrition security. We have two very important roles. That is access to food, and we have the access to good food, and we have a responsibility to do that the proper way. We need to be able to reach out for the people who are not receiving enough food. We need to be inclusive in this. We need to sort out the problem of people not receiving proper food amount. by 2050, the global population will reach some 50 billion, and we need some 40. We need to feed 40% of this, and we can do that without bringing down one single tree. So just by the use of technology. So there's a very important theme today, that is diplomacy. And this issue of diplomacy, we need to create the consciousness of convergence, because today we're facing a very difficult scenario. We have poverty. The poverty increased in the global level, especially due to the pandemics. The regulation, the lungs, the food lungs got reduced. We have political war. We have politics. We have wars. And in this context, with food security in mind, we need to converge to the same strategy. And of course, I split here the work that we've been doing. We've working with the macro, the social, the local, and agricultural as a whole. Agriculture as a whole. So we use the productive chains to create this scenario focusing on food. In terms of macro, we need what? We need to create jobs, income, and then we have microcredit. We have entrepreneurship boost, and we need to invest massively in education in general. So we have better training, people trained the proper way, allowing opportunities to human beings so they can go out and own their lives. And so you have some social issues. There's some trajectories, and so you can help people that are effectively having difficulties to feed them and their families. You have public policies like low-income restaurants, and you reduce restaurant waste to help out the process as a whole. And most importantly is what we're reaching now. It's the fourth stage, the agricultural strategy. This is a production strategy focusing on scalability and sustainability and technology involved in this context. We're using innovations. We're taking innovations to the field. Today in São Paulo State, 78% of our farms are small producers. And now you have the importance of bilateral agreements. You have the Mercosur partnering with the EU. We're overcoming a period and we're not doing our homework. We should be connected with Mercosur countries and take advantage of this arrangement. And now these are the targets that we're meeting today. So we're working specifically food safety in a few issues. First, environmental regulation program. So there's a polemic, some sort of struggle here, because people don't understand it and they speak about it. They speak about it in the wrong way. In the São Paulo state, we need to save some 20% of native vegetation. So this 25%, you're criminally responsible for it. So if I put one tree down in my property, if police can't locate the tree that I put down, but they see it with geoimaging, I get I receive I get summoned for it, and I respond in the courts for this. Now, Rodrigo, the governor, São Paulo State Governor Rodrigo Garcia, is implemented PRA, and we're implementing a more fair process. But today here, most land is regular, and the only place where they're not regular is in the Amazon. Well, in the Amazon, yeah, absolutely, in the Amazon. There's people living for the last 70 years out there in the forest, and they don't have the right to deforest, but because the land is government owned. So someone puts down a tree there in the forest, take it away, and you don't know who to point your finger and to take to court. But if you give them the land, they are responsible for that land. The responsibility if one tree is put down, it's the owner of the land. So this is fundamental to transport and to create conditions, the good conditions for production increase. We have a market for carbon credits and forestry. The area that you keep, you could also advertise this. And so this is very important to stimulate this process. The connectivity in the field with 5G, identifying men out in the field, your product. So if you identify geographically the fertilizer, the pesticide that I'm using, the period I used this pesticide, so to avoid any gastrointestinal problems. If you take a medicine to recover for a certain period, you shouldn't take antibiotics and drink alcohol with it. You lose the effect of this medicine. So by identifying geographically, you see it at the time, real time. So this entrepreneurship way, you can take art craft, a creative economy, you can create tourism, gastronomy, you can move this regionally speaking. You also have certifications in sustainable production systems. You can do some modernization in sanitary inspection systems and food quality assurance. We need to sell quality products. The product that I sell to Brazilian population must be the same as abroad that I export. So because if you have a climate change, it decreases corn, and then if you can't overcome this problem, then the livestock doesn't have enough food, and then food prices go up. So there's a whole chain involved. Biofuels policy and energy matrix, it's also very important. Importance in mixing ethanol with gasoline, taking lead from the atmosphere. Brazil has been doing this over the last 40 years, and we haven't been recognized for this. And we have also the development of agro-industries. So we have, apart from milk, we have other dairy products. We have yogurts and cheese and whatever. So this is the kind of technology that Brazil is working today, creating this natural kind of product for a certain region. So we have all these economic activities that help sustainable growth. So
I thank you so much for your excellent presentation. Cheers, sir. Your presentation was excellent because you talked many points that demonstrate how to get there and how to be competitive. What's interesting nowadays is that when you become competitive, you will have automatically to become sustainable nowadays. Because in the competitivity, you will see wholly the quality of what you produce and what people are eating. 20 years ago, when I was in England, I used to go to the British supermarket, but these products are of extremely high quality. In Brazil, we don't have this. Nowadays, after the agribusiness in Brazil is competitive, it's the other way around. I went to US last year. I bought some peanut butter, and it was horrible. But the one we have in Brazil is much better. So why this happened? Because Brazil is more competitive, looking at itself and what the other countries think about us. And I think this is a great about this economical development and sustainable. I'm very happy. It started now with agribusiness, but in this will reflect on clothes and shoes. In 20 years, I hope we talk about other products. In the last stage that I had, in the last slide, to plant and cultivate and harvest peas. He produced it 40 years ago. Plant, cultivate. Without food, we can't harvest peace. We need to take this legacy, our technologies, to other countries abroad to teach them. We have the health prevention and food. We take this to neighboring countries so they can evolve in this process. We are an only planet, so we have to lend a hand one another. It is very important. Thank you very much, Tirso. We're gonna go back to the debate. We have other questions, but I'd like to present now our third panelist, Mr. Mauricio Haddad, President of Global Malnutrition Partnerships. We talk a lot about food safety. You are the best person to say what's happening in this area. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's a privilege to be here with such powerful minds, people who aggregate value in this important theme of food security and food safety. I am a little disturbed, so will you excuse me? Because when I was coming here from home, I was shaken by some news. An airplane, a 777 Boeing, crashed in one African country. And there were only underage kids under 5 years. 350 children died. This is to put in perspective what we are discussing here. This happens every day. It's not an airplane falling, but 350 children under the age of 5 die every day of hunger, of starvation. When we talk about food security, there's nothing more impactful than this. Even though you might not like my story, but I hope that you reflect upon it, because this is our responsibility. Our responsibility is to avoid this and more. My name is Mauricio Haddad. I work at DSM. I am responsible globally for nutrition programs, especially Latin America. DSM is a Dutch company. We work in the area of health, nutrition, and bioscience. And sustainability for us is not just hugging a tree. No, it's our DNA. The innovation we do and the solutions we have is based on science and seeking sustainability, because we really believe that it is possible to do business, have a performance, and also have a purpose. None of us can consider a successful person that in a world that is failing miserably. I will bring you some examples. We are all aware that COVID-19 and war in Ukraine are not improving this world. As Tirso said, there's no more regulatory stocks. People with hunger are people that have nothing else to lose, and this generates a lot of conflict. It generates immigration, and important data to feed someone who lives in Nigeria. It's $5 a day. This person immigrates to France. It costs $50. It's very important that we have the conscience of the size of the problem we are discussing. I would like to bring you enough data. We know already the problem exists. So how we collectively, I'm going to say a lot collectively, I believe that together we are better, together we are stronger. Easy to say, harder to make it to happen, with different agendas, different wishes. When you talk about the private sector and the government and NGOs, that this is the famous partnership between private and public sector is difficult. We work together with the World Bank, with the Dutch Development Bank, and a government of the East Africa country called Rwanda. We did an investment about $60 or $70 million, and we built a factory that produces a porridge with more nutrients. Aside from those institutions, the Rwandan government also participated and is participating. One of the shareholders of this endeavor. This porridge is distributed, fortified through the fields, the emergential fields of UN. They acquire it from African Foods, a product that is produced with grains, soy and corn from the region or from the country itself, where they have employees from Africa, from Rwanda. Everyone that works in the factories are Rwandan, and affects more than 3 million people in the African continent. We talked about food security and food safety. We are delivering for the people who are most in need. Food safety. The Food World Program is restrict about the specification of the quality of this fortified porridge, because we are delivering these products for people who are malnourished. People sometimes have enormous malnourishments. If you give this kind of product that is contaminated, it goes nowhere. So when we started in 2016, we had 90% of rejection of the corn that we bought from the small farmers from Rwanda because of aflatoxin. We work together with another NGO called World Vision, is one of the biggest in the world, to create and generate a system to decrease the aflatoxin of almost 100%, to bring corn on the cob and to remove its seeds, avoiding humidity that brings the aflatoxin. So last year, only 3% was rejected. This is one of the examples that we can use. There are several examples that we can talk about food security and safety. There isn't a silver bullet to solve this problem. with the private sector and the governments, the community, it is feasible. It's important governance and a strong leadership to make it happen. Another example is about the livestock. We have a world problem, which is the gases emission, greenhouse gases, especially methane. Not only Brazil, but several countries signed in COP26 in Norway in November last year, agreement to reduce at least 30% the emissions of methane worldwide. 10 years of research of our corporation brought a solution called Bovera. A spoon, a fourth of a teaspoon added to the animal food reduces at 30% the emission of methane gas, not bringing any difference to their metabolism, the meat or the milk. Aggregating this small solution that's being studied for more than 10 years, more than 50 studies. Brazil was the first country in the world to approve the solution to be implemented in our livestock for cattle meat and for milk. So Brazil is innovative in this reduction of methane. These are small examples of something that can be done. We're talking with other partners. Chile was the second after Brazil. The European Union approved it in February this year after Brazil. And Argentina and Uruguay are approving this month. There are solutions that are viable economically and can bring sustainability. The big risk at this moment is to bring those solutions of innovation based on science on an emergential moment that we are living, we are going to continue living. This is the big risk, is that the people forget about sustainability and we start to take attitudes and have behaviors they are not adequate in the long term. For this, we have solutions that are based on science. I'd like to invite all of you that we all have a role in this discussion to make food safety in the food system. You cannot talk only about agriculture. You need to agriculture, livestock, from fork to fork, from farm to fork, from fork to farm. It's a system that it's totally connected and connected with climate change. The climate change, when they bring a drought, what is the impact in the result, in the efficiency of our agriculture? In Davos, I participated in May this year. For the first time, it was discussed the connectivity, the interconnectedness between livestock, agriculture, and sustainability. So they are starting to understand, and we have the obligation to do something about this. Every one of us, and we can't wait until tomorrow. We are in a moment that we need to act more and plan less. And if we don't do, who's going to do it? If we don't do it now, when we are going to do? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mauricio. I think your presentation said a lot about the theme, the issue of hunger. It brings a paradigm, a paradox, a contradiction that we have in Brazil. The agribusiness is very strong. We are exporting and making so much money. However, the quantity of people starving hasn't decreased. So we talked about Sebrae, what Sebrae does for the small farmers, They enable them courses. You're talking about your initiatives. How can we make the small farmers, that one that lives off the land, can benefit from this increase of the food prices? Because they are having losses, and they use this from his income. He uses to buy food. He should have his orchard and not to buy things. So the rest of the money he receives via agriculture or programs of the government, they can use to buy other things, to pay for fund their kids' education or transport. How can we do these technologies to reach those farmers? Talking about food security and food safety, we can measure the quality of the food safety but if we don't have food security, we can't reach food safety. So this is the provocation. This is the food for thought. And for Lindita too, if you can do, Ms. Lindita, if you can do intervention, and we will open for questions. I see two important points. We at SEBRAE and SENAI, we work a lot on these projects. As we said, 78% are small farmers in the state of São Paulo. The family agriculture for the first time of the Plan Safra from Bolsonaro government, they can achieve 5G. You can take photovoltaic energy, solar energy, and they can have a more qualified product. And this product, we are putting a local agent, technological, from Senai and SEBRAE to give them some orientation. These small farmers, when you do the rotation of pasture for him, he can augment his production. If you take off the oxen that produces other cattle, not to have with their offspring, you augment the production and you increase their income, and their income is more guaranteed. And the government of the state of São Paulo, with the aspect of the inspection system, the sanitary inspection system, that you can sell these products both in the city and out in other places. So you can create this producers fair, farmers fair, and to produce this, what the schools use, and every public place like the police, the school, you could use their food, and you have a diversification of these products that can be produced by small farmers. This is the main point. The second main point is that we do our work together is with the health department. We are promoting health in the countryside. People who take knowledge and know-how on how not to get sick with the flu or with scorpions or other kinds of animals, the prevention of cancer. These are basic elements. We brought from Canada this methodology before the doctors that goes visit at home, to take also to poorer communities and also to the indigenous communities. In this period, the pandemic period, we made 4 million masks, and these people made those masks, and we tested 500,000 tests with partnership with Foundation Valdo Cruz in Rio de Janeiro. This is to work with public policies, private sector, and put to practice. So people can happen effectively and create a vector of development. And to bring the city councilor with the mayor, and we hired the Fundação Gentile Vargas to take those public policies to the mayors, and the mayors are making this movement. And then you create a local and regional development, creating a gastronomy, crafts, creative economy. You give this income to people, and you also are encouraging urban agriculture, like lots that don't have nothing there. People can make an orchard, and people instead of doing product tourism, you can, if you use public spaces that are not used, that can be used for planning. For example, the cities of Ubatuba and Caraguatatuba that are in the seaside of São Paulo. São José do Rio Preto is another city that came from these two cities on the seaside, and they used this to São José. So we created this app. We offered for everyone who were buying, and they bought directly from them. Those products that there isn't. We encourage people to produce. So instead of going up to the city, they produce it over there and use the app to do business with each other. Would you like to see if Lindita is
First promoting food security and then moving on to food safety? No, worrying about the small farmers. Can you hear us?
Caso contrário.
Yes. Well, in that case, I will pass it to Mauricio.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Lindita. It's a bit difficult all the time. Bem, eu fico muito motivado com exemplos de verdade, de ação, né?
examples? We only commit mistakes if we do it. We started a project in Brazil called BEM. We associate with a small chicken food factory in regions of Brazil. In this case, we are in the state of Paraná, in regions that the statistics sometimes commit some mistake. But we have a lot of clusters where we have a lot of malnutrition, and one of them is in Paraná. Like small farmers, they plant. They are malnourished and they have no activity because they plant the product to make cigarettes. We connect with these small farmers, and we offer them a way to generate income. We give them the chickens, the hens, and everything that is necessary so they can produce quality eggs. The small producers understand this. We train them for them to be small businessmen, small entrepreneurs, helping the community in a nutritional way, the community, and what the surplus is sold for the schools in the region. We increased it almost twofold, the family income for these farmers. The production in Paraná was 8 million eggs in the first year. This is a sustainable business. We need to demonstrate more about these initiatives because the population sometimes don't know. We still have 15 minutes until the end of this session. I have so we're going to have 3 questions from the audience. Please identify yourselves before making the question. If you're going to speak in English, please give us a pause so we can change the channel. Thank you very much, Dr. Tirso. Dr. Tirso, Mauricio, Léo, thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Let's share good initiatives. Can you hear me well? My name is Simone Silotti. I'm gonna give you some context of my case, of my experience, so everyone can spend. Mr. Mauricio, we have in Brazil almost 15% of people are in food insecurity, very serious food insecurity. In the metropolitan area of São Paulo, 22 million people. 15% of this 22 million, it's in around 50 kilometers around the greater area of São Paulo in serious food insecurity under our nose. We also have 90 kilometers away from here in Mogi das Cruzes, small farmers going through very serious difficulties. I know that because I am one of them. For 10 years, I've been a farmer in Mogi das Cruzes. In the beginning of the pandemic, overnight we didn't have who to sell our green crops. Our vocation is green crops in the region. We have 5,000 small farmers. Most of them are family agriculture. I had 1/2 ton in my greenhouse of rocket, lettuce, without having anyone to sell. I asked people to wait. I talked with the small farmers, my neighbors. Everybody was isolated as me. I asked them not to destroy their production. Why to destroy? Because when we have this kind of production that's beyond the time of harvest, so it doesn't have any pest and don't have to use anything to destroy its production. I went home. I cried a Sunday, the whole Sunday, and I asked God to make me an instrument of engagement, and He made me. I asked the producers to harvest their produce that we would donate to these 3 million that are under our nose in the favelas of the metropolitan region of Brazil, the extreme of the east side, Parelheiros, the south side, Francisco Murato, Franco da Rocha. We donated that week, which was also the Holy Week, 6 tons of green crops. Everything, every day from properties, there was a truck full of all our produce of excellent quality. This month we reached the total of 312 tons donated to fight hunger and malnutrition for 15 towns in the municipal region of São Paulo, the greater region of São Paulo. Thank you very much. It's part of this project now. 20 farmers and 2 cooperatives. Ladies and gentlemen, in this year and a half,
no, I've been named by Forbes one of the 100 most influential women in agribusiness. I've also received the honor of the distinction, and I was the first Brazilian to ever receive this. Folha São Paulo has given me the Social Entrepreneur Award. In total, it's 7 awards. I'm not here to talk about these prizes, but for each award, I've been honored I was certain that we were in the right path and that we should continue with it, and we continue. And so I started asking help from the private sector, like Mr. Chirso mentioned, so they would buy these tons, so I could pay back the producers. And now they are paid the fair price for it. And this month, when we think every the problems have been are over, only this month we had a truck with 11 tons um, transporting 11 tons every day, and we had the line of people at a illegal settling, people to take one lettuce per person, and it's possible to do. We have to fight food waste in the field. We need to give conditions to producers to receive the fair price for their products. And the reason why our produce is not leaving the field is because people don't have money to buy. People don't have money to buy cauliflower and other products because arugula should be sold by at least 220, and nobody is paying for this price, but and consumers are paying more than 8 reais for it. So there's a lot of problems under our noses. We need to do now, Mr. Mauricio. Please see this. Check out the project. The project Faça Bem Incrível. It fights rural exodus in action out in the field. We didn't need to fire not one employee, and us small producers that keep social economy in the field. And if one of you read the media this week or saw the Jornal Nacional yesterday, yes, we're starving. Yes, we are starving. Even though they have cauliflowers, that's not the only thing they eat. And this is only 90 kilometers out of São Paulo. So we want to work. Yes, we do. Yes, we want to keep our crops, but we need the support of big companies. Thank you, Dr. Simone. I'm sorry if I extended myself, but I needed to talk about this. Yes, you mentioned very wisely the dichotomy between those who can sell in dollars and those who are feeding Brazilians. And your role in feeding Brazilians, it is worth to mention your work here and abroad. We are grateful. Congratulations and success in the future. Thank you very much. Success is of 20 producers that are in this journey for me. When you lose a single lettuce, you're not missing this lettuce, but you miss the seeds, nutrients, fertilizers, supplies, natural resources, workforce, but mainly faith in producers. Well, thank you very much for this emotional statement. We have a tight schedule for other questions, please. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Daniela Furlani. I'm strategic consultant. I've worked at DSM. Thank you, Tarso, for your collocations, and Mr. Mauricio for sharing all of this and her statement as well. And today I'd like to know from you if you could refer to other projects where us from the private sector who do strategic performance, where we formulate crop strategies in regeneration processes, and we've seen the results in France and Africa to expand and technology transfer. And within this scenario, in the global malnutrition program, I wanted to know if there's opportunity to have the association, and if you have any projects to operate in Brazil and abroad. Very interesting. It's an honor. Denise, right? Danielle, I'm sorry. We have been working a lot with regeneration agriculture. We have been working in the Kakonji area, in the water circuit. This is very interesting, especially now with the lack of fertilizers and the high cost of fertilizers, to have the generative process to create a natural resource for crops. So I would like to know this strategy. I would like also to Dr. Simone. We are in favor of what she said, but impossible. We have to scrap this word out of our dictionary. Difficult scenarios bring solutions. But I would like to know more about your initiatives. I have 1 minute. We have a warning here too, and Daniela, it's a pleasure to see you. I think this is the direction. Generative agriculture, it's the way to do. We've received support from the World Forum, Davos World Forum, here in Latin America from Colombian president as well. But yes, we one of the main topics is generative agriculture. Thank you, Mauricio. And now, last question, please, sir. If you tell your name. Good afternoon to all. My name is Vivian Movie. I am a citizen of Benin, Africa Western Coast, and I've been in Brazil for the last 10 years. I'm graduated in international relations, and I have specialization in France. And today I work in food export and development in African countries. So I would like to talk about Mr. Mauricio to understand how we could implement your systems in other countries and reinforce that you're right when you tell about the importance of political leaders to have these interactions in countries, and complement with Leonardo when he asks about how we explain this. The fact is that we have a large production crop in Brazil, and and yet Brazil is not hunger zero. We need to call here for our own consciousness, because São Paulo state alone have a waste of 12 tons of food per week. So we need to re-educate ourselves to avoid this waste. Thank you. Vivian, thank you very much for your question. Of course that the name of the business is to have impact. We're not building this to be stopped in an African country or a state in Brazil. The idea is to have a pilot project that are solid and be copied in other places, and other always understanding that locally you need adjustments. We can't have like one size fits all. Doesn't apply here. So at this moment, the example that I gave that had in Rwanda and we're exporting to Ethiopia, and the model that we have here with Bang project in Paraná, we've taken to Peru in Latin America. So our interest is actually to engage people and engage the different stakeholders to act and transform these examples into impactful examples. Thank you very much, Mauricio. Vivian, your question is very stimulating, but also an answer to all of us, because this consciousness and this education that you've came to Brazil for looking for should be copied and replicated to other people within agro and out of agro. Congratulations for your opinion. I'd like to thank the presence of all here, and I say goodbye to all of you, and I hope to see you again. I thank my panelists here, Mauricio and Chirso and Dr. Lindita, who gave so many impactful information. Thank you all.
Tivemos então encerramento de mais uma rodada de painéis aqui no Global Agribusiness Forum. A gente vai agora para a nossa última rodada nas 4 arenas simultâneas. Sustentabilidade, inovação, global e fórum. Então eu peço, por favor, a todos os painelistas e moderadores que venham até aqui, se acomodem, e vocês todos também se acomodem para nós termos agora o nosso último conteúdo. Na arena sustentabilidade, teremos o painel Alcançando Carbono Zero. Moderador Cassiano Ribeiro, editor-chefe e editora Globo, da Globo Rural. A Mariane Crespolini, doutora em Desenvolvimento Econômico, ex-diretora do Ministério da Agricultura, Pecuária e Abastecimento, diretora de Política Agrícola e Irrigação. Gláucia Mendes de Souza, professora da Bioem FAPESP, e também Mark Lira, diretor sênior de Inovação em Energia da Sumitomo Corporation. Aqui na Arena Sustentabilidade, para acompanhar, basta ligar o seu fone nos canais 1 ou 2. Na nossa Arena Inovação, nós teremos agora o painel Globalização na Comercialização de Frutas e Derivativos Brasileiros. Como moderador, nós teremos o Valdir Sérgio Promícia, presidente da Abra Frutas, e nos palestrantes, os nossos painelistas. E Agricultura. Como moderador, teremos o Sr. Sérgio Bortoloso, presidente do Conselho Consultivo do GAF, também diretor da Abramilho.
Muito boa tarde.
Good afternoon. I would like to greet all my panel colleagues, Romana, TT, and Fernando Casablanca, that is remotely. We know that more than 80% of what is produced comes from family agriculture. So this is a very interesting theme in the context of food safety, especially sustainability. Because sustainability in this environmental bias, there's an involvement that it's bigger and practical of the environmental sustainability. The economical issue, it's a matter of survival every one of us need to survive somehow. And family agriculture, and also it's a matter of and also a matter of sustainability, social sustainability, which is the most important, is the theme we have today. We from GAF, when we elected these three topics of food safety, global warming, and sustainability, are they cannot be dissociated. They are on the same page, the subjects. So it's very important. I want you to tell me about your experience to Romana, Tete, and Hardy, and Fernando over there online. I'd like to start talking. Can you start, Romana? Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good afternoon. To share our experience, especially our panelists, colleagues, and people who are watching us. My approach is a question. As the companies can help the family business to nourish people and regenerate the planet. And it's also an approach about the other panel you said about sustainability, because you cannot dissociate one thing from another. So let's talk about these issues, these points. This is not my aim, because you have experts here to talk about this. But in Brazil, there's a federal law that describes the family agriculture as when the workforce of the family is predominant. Most of the income comes from farming, and the land used is not over the limit of 400 hectares, depending on the municipality where it is located. So these are small lands in numbers. The average of the area of the family agricultural business is 18 hectares. 70%, 77% of this area for cultivation comes from family farming. No, from the properties. There's a big difference from the small properties and the land possible to cultivate. Talking about the workforce, the people involved in this economic activity, it is 10 million people. 67% of the workforce engaged in practices, agricultural practices. And another piece of data that is strong, that demonstrates the strength of the family agriculture. It is 81 million hectares, 23% of the agri-lands in Brazil. And the workforce, most are men between 45 to 54 years old. Only 54 years old. Only 5% of them completed higher education. Those data come from governmental official sources. Talking about food safety and results, we have 87% of manioc produced in Brazil comes from family agriculture and beans and rice. So it is the basic food in the Brazilian table. In a very inner way, family farming is inherently linked to sustainability. The relationship is very strong with the land. It's the place where they live and work, and and the result of the production is balanced between what they can sell and what the food that they use for eating. There's a diversity of crops. This diversity has a positive impact for the soil, on the ecosystem, and improves product quality. And usually it is organic because the family farmers, they live there and they feed off of what they produce. So this is very important for them. Nevertheless, family farming, we saw the positive impact in the essential aspects for the planet, like food safety, sustainability, climate change, but this impact can be multiplied. This is what we think. I represent a small movement that's gaining strength. Permaculture, sustainable extractivism, agroforestry system, and agroecology. This study was published on worldgrain.com and replied in several media worldwide. It was a study conducted by the University of Washington showing the nutritional benefits in generative agriculture crops. And they even measure the amount of vitamins and minerals, sometimes 34, 5 or 40 in crops that come from the regenerative agriculture. So this is very meaningful. In the moment, we need to focus in immunity and to strengthen the immune system, the health condition of people. So when we can obtain in the same food, same crops, a bigger rate of nutrients and vitamins, this is very relevant. On the other hand, on the field of sustainability, several studies demonstrate that the regenerative systems, the permaculture, agroforestry, among others, they are able to capture carbon from the soil with a bigger efficiency than, for example, reforestation. So it's very meaningful. At the same time, those systems, these ways of producing crop that are very suitable for family farming also can have a social impact to be more economically viable for these small properties, both in the small volume of production divided with the family uses for their own consumption, and also through the prices in which they are sold. We have a challenge. We don't know. There's a governmental effort, the program to acquisition of food and to sell. And there's a policy of a minimum price, biodiversity products. These are important and necessary, but we also know that they are far from being enough. So in my participation, what is the company's role of the private sector in these challenges? I believe that the companies can can and should help turn family farming a more viable business by bridging it with the market through fair trade practices. Going to present you an ecosystem of Viva Regenera, one of the companies that I helped found, and we are a company, a small company, a young company, but we are part of a bigger ecosystem and more relevant that enables our business. I chose some organizations, some from many others. For example, Origens Brazil, it's our partner. It's a network, sustainable business network in the Amazon. There are 35 companies like us. And this network bridges the market and more than 2,000 farmers, extractivists, or indigenous, in quilombolas, in areas of interest of the conservation in the Amazon. Also, we have the Rede Povos da Mata. It's another successful case. They have around 1,000 agroecological farmers, and they have an articulation nationwide of exchange and trade with these foods that come from the agroforest, permaculture, organic agriculture, and from sustainable extractivism. We also have the Cooperar in the region of Mapiá and Médio Purus in the Amazon. It cooperative about 400 families. They have a successful case about cocoa beans, the wild cocos, and also Ecovila that works in the south states of Rio Grande do Sul, Paraná, Santa Catarina, about 2,000 family farmers. Why am I talking about them? So both the organizations and the companies, Viva Genera, this is us. We produce, and we also are brands of products that has its origin with inputs from the agroforest, agroecological, and sustainable extractivism. And we started to cultivate too, in partnership with Sitião Agroflorestal. We have Selvipaz, another industry and brand from energy bars made of agroforestry and sustainable extractivism ingredients. Small but big, from Bahia. Cocoa, chocolate bean to bar manufacturer and brand that uses the wild cacao from the Amazon. Agroforestry Carbon is a digital platform that compensates carbon emissions from companies by promoting the cultivation of agroforestries. The permacultures. How do they relate to each other? Viva Regenera is connected to Origens Brasil, Povos da Mata, Cooperar e Ecovida. Selvipaz is relations with Povos da Mata, and Cocoa with Cooperar, Ecovida, and Agroforestry Carbon, and with Ecovida and Povos da Mata also. It's easier to understand if you look at those four foods there. A babaçu oil, a blend powder, a chocolate, and an energy bar. They all come from our companies or associate companies. For example, the babaçu oil comes from the Xingu in Amazon. And with Origens Brasil, it goes to Viva Regenera. We buy from the cafeteria chain. And the Origens bridges to make the fair trade. So we pay for this input which values their work of our indigenous partners. We can then or put them in a jar and we track them and do the education job to know what are the benefits. This powder has products that comes from the agroforestal, from Sitião, and we pay a higher price. Why do we pay this higher price if we know that? Because we know the origin. We follow the cultivation, the crop, and the harvest of this curcuma. Superior to the ones that are in the market, because we know that they help to a regenerative net. The ginger comes from the same network that is from Cooperar, another partner. Cocoa chocolates by the white cocoa from Cooperar that they supply other brands, but it's better than cocoa commodity. Why it's better? Because the quality of the cacao, because of the flavors that they reveal, and the social work that is done in this yeast process, and the quality is great, and the market acknowledges that. They have this through tracking to show the procedence of these products, so the market can attribute value to that. And also we have the Selvipassa energy bars, which is an initiative from Gudrun Gott, daughter of Ernest Gott. She's an agroforestry. She works with agroforestry in the south of Bahia. She buys the fruits and inputs from the Rede Povos da Mata, some of them from people who live off the land. And they also incentive this network. So who does this bridge with the market and the consumer? If you don't have this on the other side of the coin, we don't have a viability, a feasibility of this fair trade and the support of the family farm that comes from Xingu, from Cooperar or Povos da Mata. Viva Floresta is an e-commerce that sells direct to the consumer. Each order through Viva Floresta, they have agroforestry credit. A percentage of the sales support agroforestry and sustainable extractivism initiatives. Who choose this is the consumer. The consumer doesn't pay the bill, but they have the responsibility where those resources will be used. The partners who manage these resources are Instituto Nova Era, Vem do Xingu, Cooperar, SOS Amazônia, and Agroforestry Carbon. Which is this platform that compensates the emissions by planting trees in agroforestry system. So this slide is the summary that it is possible to the work of the family farmer can be acknowledged and valued socially and recognized by the society, and also economically, so they can remain in their land, so that the guardians of the forest remain in the Amazon, so they can help us to conserve the forest and all the essential importance for the planet, so they have viability and dignity through some work that we think that is relevant and integral foods that have a nutritional rate better than highly scale produced foods. We believe in nur- nourished people, and if this family agriculture can be in a way that values the way you cultivate the lands, we have conditions to support even more and beyond the government and the governmental initiatives, the family agriculture. And we, as an ecosystem of organizations and companies, we are these companies which are all part of this regenerative network, Selvipass. We all those initiatives are very young. We are very small, especially if we are compared to agribusiness, like the big companies that work in the agribusiness. We are still learning, and we know that we're still going to commit mistakes. We're going to test models, but until now, we've been able to see this regenerative network is able to be self-sustainable in small scales. So we invite all of you to add experience and learning so we can improve in the private sector, and companies also can help the family business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Romana. I see that, in fact, a few points here that you highlighted on the contribution that
Eu
businesses.
vejo que existe uma tendência, logicamente que vocês trabalham como cadeia, agregando valor. Mas eu queria só citar um exemplo, num projeto da Abramilho em parceria.
I'd like to mention here that a business in partnership with a technology company called Projeto Prospera. They started transferring. They got some small producers, and they started transferring technology and elevate corn productivity in Pernambuco state. And now they're expanding to go from some 1,200 kilos to 100 hectares by technology transfer. They're using the same technology of big producers. So thank you very much for your presentation. As second panelist, he's very well known. She is very well known. It's one of the most important representative of our state. And please, Tete, I'd like you to talk about your experience with family farming. Thank you very much, Sergio. So I'll start by talking a bit about my state, Mato Grosso. So my state is like other 3 states in the country. We have 3 very important biomas. So it's a state with a huge territory with more than 3,000 square meters, 3,000 million square meters. We have the Amazonic biome. 43% of our territory is Brazilian Cerrado, and the rest is Pantanal. So these 3 biomes are important in what our territory looks like. But Mato Grosso is well known as well for the high production of grains. We are champions in soybeans, corns, cotton production, crops, and we have the largest bovine livestock in the country is some more than 32 million animals. So all this is very important for the Brazilian economy. So we have a number of railroads that have been discussed to implementing some projects that are being discussed. And we have been highlighted as excellent producers. The other side of this coin is in the family farming. So Mato Grosso has a vast, wide territory with large mineral production, with the largest gold and diamond exporter, and we have some more than 3 million inhabitants in the state. Out of these 3.5 million, we have 100,000 families in family farming. So these families are distributed between traditional farming, and we have a large number of people in rural settlements. We also have agrarian families that have been settled by the federal government with funding, and we have native people and quilombola, former slaves families. And we have the Xingu, which is the first ever legal native land in the country. So these two are in our productive system, looking for their own share of the market and trying to have a different perspective for them. In Mato Grosso, as I mentioned, we have a challenge to overcome difficulties and the obstacles that we face in agricultural farming. Currently, we export more than R$1 billion in hortifruti. Even though we're large producers with frequent rains, very defined seasons, unfortunately, in the family farming, we still face challenges that make us exporters. So we still export fruits from Espírito Santo, Bahia, Goiás, São Paulo, from Rondônia as well. And this represents some 70% of our state. And we have challenges. And we have the family farming to bring opportunities for these families and social redemption for these families. Our objective is that these efforts that we're having, so they have access to land, could have been consolidated with public policies that keep these people in farms, with the rural business, and they don't feel forced to go to cities. So in certain productive areas, we were able to make the difference. Over the last 3.5 years, we've had from this government an increase in our funding. And so, in terms of for the funding for family farming was around 8 million, and 1 year after we moved to 56 million. Last year was 154 million, and this year to date we're already at 78 million reais. So, and we're investing in new techniques, making new techniques available, new technologies, and implementing different productive chains like livestock, dairy, greenery in cities, especially in green belts around bigger cities. But as well through partnerships that we're developing with different institutions. Like sharing agreements with Embrapa, developing manioc plantation, and we've been facing situation we were almost out of manioc in our state, and we had to come in and implement a system to make it available. And now we're regaining this production as well as coffee. Embrapa has the lab developing coffee in Rondônia, and they've been doing very well on that region. And we have a technical assistance department called Empaer, and we're developing coffee in our state as well. And we receive guidance and training through irrigation and family agriculture, and living with cultures that are many times are new for them. I'd like to say that all this investment is possible due to the economic adjustment or economic restructuring of our finances, and it enabled us to do this very significant investment in our state in this field. We're also adhering to foreign funding from World Bank that we've named Mato Grosso Produtivo, and with this then program we have three main items. This will be an investment of $80 million from World Bank plus $20 million from the state of Mato Grosso, and this totals $100 million. And we have a deadline of 5 years starting August 2023. And we have components and we have focusing on family farming, productive chains that we already exist, and how we can improve these chains. Investing also in the quality of this production, investing in the sense of selling the result of this production. And it's here in Romana. We'll be having a few partners to discuss in this matter. As you've mentioned, in Xingu, people living in Xingu, they're already producing not only oil but also some nuts that have their own market, not only national but also international. And we're also acting with them. And we're discussing in selling this production. Also, the issue of legalizing land ownership and other items. And with this matter that Mato Grosso could be a great producer of greenery and livestock and other produce and commodities like coffee and cocoa beans. As well, apart from the environmental side of it, there's also governance. Through governance, we're also taking into consideration all the associations and the different cooperatives of production and commercialization of this product in the whole state of Mato Grosso. And through this, we have the means to take agricultural family farming to develop in our state. I'd like to say that all these actions will be important for Mato Grosso. This work of intensifying production has the objective of bringing purpose to family farming, to allowing access to new technologies, and give them more opportunity to sell their produce, and opening doors for the national and international markets for them. We understand that Mato Grosso could have this role in supporting family farming, and this will, of course, bring a different scenario for the population of our state. I'd like to recall that we have a cooperation agreement with ABCZ in improving our livestock, because many of these family farming are in meat system or dairy process. And in August, we'll be attending an event in Uberaba. We'll have a meeting with ABCZ and sharing the experience of how to do this ABCZ work with family farming. And so we have these partners that we've been searching, and they're very important in the sense of consolidating this infrastructure. I'd like to thank the opportunity to be here. I'd like to tell you that Mato Grosso has this, is pleasant to have the opportunity to be a large producer, to be a scalable production, and we are aware as well that family farming will make the difference very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tete Bezerra. I see that once again the state of Mato Grosso is on the vanguard, especially on the farmers, and a long time, throughout time, they have shown this. And I think livestock, agriculture, you're taking your experience your background, to our Congress, and also your relationship with agriculture, regardless if it is big or small. The state of Mato Grosso, there's a many kinds, many types and sizes of properties. I think the family agriculture of the Mato Grosso is going to be a success under your coordination and direction. I hope it's this way. As I said, Mato Grosso is always on the avant-garde and is going to be followed by as an example to the rest of the country. I'm going to pass now the word to Hardy. Something that you can be said within your structure about the family agriculture that it is important to our sector. It's up to you. Thank you very much, Sergio. I'd like to thank Roman and Tete for sharing their experience, that each one in their areas. I think, Sergio, that you put in perspective this theme now about family business and the agribusiness. And I think our focus has to be the producer, the farmer. We have to worry about their well-being, be it small or big. I'm going to talk on behalf of FIDA, the IFAD. It's a UN agency. The headquarters is in Rome. We have 40 offices all over the world. Rome is the center for agriculture of UN. We have 3 agencies that deal with this theme. FAO, which is there for the agriculture of United Nations. They do studies, documents. FIDA, which is a financial agency, a fund, an international fund that funds agriculture, and the World Program that works with emergencies. For example, the Cooperation South. As FIDA is a fund, you have money from the member nations to have their projects like they're similar, like the one in Mato Grosso. FIDA also is the first agency of UN to have achieved that. We had the AAA, a system of international rate system to have resources in the international market and have these resources to finance the agriculture. In the case of Brazil, we operate in a strategic mark that is underway from 2014 to 2022, and in it there's a limit of financial resources, so we have a very specific focus on the family agriculture, and by the mandate of our joint, we deal with rural poverty, which is connected with family farming. A greater part of these, more than 50% of these people, are poor, and we haven't talked yet about the possibility of products. So FIDA works only, IFAD works only for the focus in the arid regions of the Northeast, especially the Caatinga, which is a biome that is in the part of Northeast in Brazil. In our projects under implementation now, we benefit more than 1 million people, 250,000 people. In Bahia is in this area. The government has 2 with the World Bank and another with IFAD for the family agriculture. We are present in almost 1,000 municipalities in all states that has the arid areas in Brazil. In the north of Minas Gerais, Espírito Santo, and all Northeast. Our work is done through the state governments from the Northeast and Minas Gerais and Espírito Santo, but also with the federal government. We have a project with the Ministry of Agriculture that's been implemented all over the semi-arid regions of Brazil. We have several projects still in preparation. The implementation is almost $450 million, 2.5 billion Brazilian reais, and this is used for family. Almost all it's used for family agribusiness, even though it's used by the state governments and the federal government in loans, because Brazil has a average income that is high, but they are passed through these farmers in a non-refundable way. And this, I would like to show a little about the characteristics of IFAD in Brazil. In case of IFAD in Brazil, we work with the poorest of the poor, especially in the places where IFAD works. Sometimes the public policies don't get there. We went in Pilão Arcado in Bahia municipality. It's impossible to go there and come back on the same day. You have to sleep over. So it's the profile IFAD, where people are practically forgotten, and to connect those people with the market. I think Romana gave a very good example about this connection and work as a network. For us, this is a very important aspect. Another aspect that is important to highlight is what we call focalization. So we are working with these family farmers that are poverty or extreme poverty. They are very vulnerable. So we have this work to include women, young people, and some indigenous people who live in the quilombos and extractivists. For example, in the Northeast, the semi-arid, it's very common to remove licuri, to extract licuri. So a lot of these products, extractivist products, they are harvested by women. So our focus of inclusion is the women. Inside this mark, IFAD works with strategic goals, not only the increase of the production, but the diversification of production. To increase the capacities, many of these farmers don't have access to technical assistance. In our TT, the Secretary TT mentioned about this state organs, but in Northeast, 90% of the family farmers don't have access to technical assistance. So the projects are from IFAD, and this one in the goals of Mato Grosso with the World Bank is the technical assistance too. In this case, not only public, but also with the civil society that has a presence. They know the producers, so we do arrangements with the civil society to get to these people faster, to these people who didn't have this kind of service. 42% of these farmers can't read, so it's a big challenge to this technique to be proper to them, to include them, how to deal also with these knowledge barriers. And how do we work with the IFAD in Brazil? The financing is done, the funding is done via states, but on its whole, it gets to the family farmers. How can we ensure that this gets to these people. Practically, our projects don't work with families, individual families. We believe in the organization between the farmers. So a great part of these farmers, they are not organized. So the first way to do this technical assistance is to make sure they have more capacities and that they can strengthen organizations and to be together, or a producers organization. We call this investment productive projects. So the resources channel to this producer, this organization. When it doesn't exist, you first help to establish this organization. But in many cases they have, but it is very weak. They don't have conditions to receive. So we help to strengthen this organization. Another way is for farmers that are on another level, so it's a business plans. The ones that are organized, done via cooperatives. We work with several cooperatives. This helps us mainly to help to be part of the chain of market. They can increase their trade, commercialization, and even export in some cases. So we work with several allies. One of our allies in the states of Ceará, Maranhão, and Bahia, for example, is the association Slow Food, that has headquarters in Italy. So this is one example. We work several others that may serve as a platform to increase the commercialization of the products. On the private market, there are institutional markets that important that can be used for these family farmers to enter. For example, the national programs for the public schools, both public and institutional, private and institutional markets. But most people, these farmers are still living off their land. It's been about 30 days that it was issued a report about the food safety in the world, initiative of UNICEF, PMA, and WHO. That unfortunately in Brazil we have 60 million people with food insecurity and 50 with serious insecurity, food insecurity. So the food family agriculture plays an important role to have a diversification in their diets. Some examples of productive investment plans: we finance more than 15,000 around 300 million Brazilian reais investments, and also the diversified productive activities. The family agriculture is different from the agribusiness. It is more diversified because the family feeds off their own produce. These projects of investments, they have a strong characteristic of not only deal with one product, but with several products. And they invest in other areas, such as social technologies. We deal with the Caatinga, which is very arid, so water access and storage is very important. Biodigesters, reutilization of the water, reuse of the water. These are complementary measures that help the resilience of these farmers. In the business plans with the cooperatives, today we support more than 1,200 rural organizations considered cooperatives. and we have an investment that is more than 50,000 benefited families by these cooperatives. We work in the semi-arid area, so greater part of those cooperatives deal with chains like um, bee, honey culture, the goat cheese, and goat dairy. And we also support the establishment of a center of cooperatives. For example, the center of Caatinga that helps people to protagonize the products of these family farmers in the semi-arid areas in Caatinga to compare the effects of family farming and agribusiness. There are some themes that we need to highlight. Sergio posed a question that is important: the transference of technology. Aside from the IFAD's focus is the family farming, we have to potentialize because both are rural producers, so both can win. The transference of technology, the agribusiness has access to knowledge in a IT standards. They have access to a faster access to information, and they have this assistance to create bonds. So this information can be passed to family farmers. As Romana mentioned, family farmers has tends to some kinds of production like organic productions. So the systems of agroforestry, I think this transference happens both ways. I think the bond with the agribusiness with family agriculture is the access to market and commercialization. Some cooperatives that IFED supports has a bond with the agribusiness that helps to reach some markets in bigger centers such as capitals in Brazil, but also in markets abroad. Some conclusions, final conclusions that I would like to say in these 3 minutes. First is the importance of having intervention, demand-driven approach. I've had this from United Nations, but you cannot arrive here with something a one size fits all. No, you need we're also using data from government in the states and the civil society and work through a participative method. Another aspect that for IFAD is very important is the management of knowledge. IFAD has an office in Salvador and headquarters in Brasilia. You have this cooperation for Latin America. There is the center. We have these challenges of family agriculture in Brazil, but we have a lot to learn from these challenges. For example, the methods of organic production, systems of agroforestry, the work with networks and alliances. Many countries can learn from our family businesses. You don't have many countries that have secretary, a part of the ministry dedicated to this area. You don't have many countries. You can use technologies to include women. IFAD has developed a tool that measures better the contribution, the financial contribution of women in family agriculture, something that goes unnoticed usually. So this development of this kind of material is important to put family agribusiness, family farmers in an important role. FIDA has a partnership with the civil society and partners to inform decisions of the public policies. In the case of the Northeast, works with the Forum of Secretaries of the Family Farmers in the Northeast. IFAD has the pleasure since 2017 to help the organization of this forum that joins all the secretaries in the Northeast of Brazil, and also a consortium of the governors of the Northeast. And there was even a gathering in 2021 with all the governors. So I would like to thank you so much to show what is our work at IFAD and to put in evidence the importance of the family farming or the development of Brazil, and to put food in the people's tables, and also the reduction of poverty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Haji. You know that we even get to a conclusion that we're glad that we're seen at this moment, not only by the audience here, but everyone that is watching virtually. So we learned that FIDA, from extreme poverty, it's not easy, and you're doing great work in this, and I believe that this is the proposal. And so this is something that we're discussing right now. Thank you very much. I wanted to know if Mr. Fernando Casablancas is online. Are you there?
Yeah, I don't know if you can you listen?
Vocês conseguem me ouvir?
Yes, but
Hello? Hello, everybody. Hi. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Greeting from Abidjan, Ivory Coast. I would like to thank the organizer for the opportunity to participate in this panel, which has a very interesting theme of our work in the African Development Bank. My presentation today will see the topic from African perspective. In other words, we are at important points in the relationship between family farming and the agricultural agribusiness. A quick point that I would like to highlight is the difference of the concept of the family farming that we have here in Latin America with Africa. In general, when we talk about non-corporate agriculture, in Africa it's more common to refer this as a productive unit as a small farmer, and to the commercial of agribusiness around the value chain we call the medium enterprise, and also a concept that is coming this day that is agripreneur. These two categories can be seen as a unit of analysis similar to the family farming defined in Latin America. Perhaps there's an important difference that the access of the capabilities and the finance and the technology that the small farms in Africa have a little bit difference between what happening in Latin America. I will try also to use these categories in my presentation to explain some of the agribusiness opportunities and the challenge that these families of the smaller farmer have in the current situation. With this clarification, I think a fundamental aspect that I would like to highlight is the transformation process that is currently affecting to the African food systems. The main driving of this transformation can be seen as mega trends that are taking place more or less in all the countries of the continent. Among them, we have there's a growth of the urban population in parallel with the growth of the personal income. There's a technological change that through all the food production and the marketing value chain. And finally, we can mention the growth of foreign trade in food inputs, final products, that they are creating a greater interaction between the global and national agricultural value chain. These drivers are promoting new food consumption partners as well as innovative forms of coordination, including new trade networks and vertical integration models. In the recent years, the flow of international investment and imports have promoted and the spread of new practices and also the products. The African food market has become a major source of opportunities for agribusiness. However, African agribusiness companies and producers are unable to cap the full potential of their local demand. Today, the local production cannot respond to this new demand. Annual food imports coming to Africa have an average of 74 billions per year in the last 20 years, indicating that the national value chains still need to improve their performance. Agricultural productivity is behind of the duration, processing segments are less competitive, and the logistics costs are high to affecting of the systems. Food imports are estimated to reach 110 billions in 2025. So for the theme of this panel, it's very important to highlight the impact of the increase of the urban population, the impact that they have on the diets. The demand for more elaborate, fresh products, green vegetables, meat, are gaining space against the traditional products. But this change also occurs in the diet of rural populations. 25 years ago, farmers produced what they eat and ate what they produce, with a little commercial activity. But the estimation to date indicated that the rural population are buying and commercializing between the 45 and 75% of their food. So in order to feed cities, capitals, secondary cities, supply chains must extend increasingly into rural areas, between areas, eventually going to other countries in the continent. Longer supply chains are one of the drivers to rise the mainstream segment participation, including traders and logistics. Longer supply chains are creating opportunities for small and medium enterprise. So what we can see now is that this change in the preference, perhaps is growing in the middle class, this rapid urbanization and the consolidation of the technical innovation are changing all the food industry in the continent. These new habits have induced to a structural transformation along all the value chain. So we can better describe this process of transformation with identify these changes with the revolutions. So we have the emergence of the supermarket revolution at the retail level, the silence revolution that we call the middleman and all the logistic inside moving production to the process and to the market, and also a new food service revolution that responding to the emerging preference of the city to have new habits of consumption. The evolution of the value chain, how observed initially, this evolution can be, we saw this revolution in Europe, in US, then in Latin America, now it's taking place in Africa. It's very important to mention that this transformation has also provided significant benefits to private sector. In Africa, now we estimations are that 80% of the Africa food is channeled to consumers through the small, medium enterprise and large companies. Activity, they are participated in the intermediate segments, including fraud processing, wholesale and distribution, logistics, and also the retail. The intermediate and the final segments of the value chain are taking the 60% of the value. Africa currently has almost all the segments that they are operating at the transitional stage. And in many cases, the domestic food value chains are losing markets against the imports, highlighting the need that we need to catch up, the productivity and the existing innovation to allow the farmers and the small, medium enterprise in agribusiness to capture and profit this new African demand. So the bank, we have an approach that we call a special agro-industrial processing zones. That is a kind of response that our bank is designing with the partners, to including IFAD is working in Nigeria and another country with us in this new initiative. The idea is that to create the possibilities to the private sector to bring in infrastructure, power, roads, water, sanitation to the areas of where we have land with very capacity to produce. So we are trying to seeking to create optimal conditions to be able to add value to the new material that producing in Africa. We're trying to create the condition of profitability to be able to depress the raw materials, the African raw materials in processing products. But then I would like to come back a little bit to one of the topics that we are proposing to this panel, and that this is important to understand that keeping safe and adequate food supply chains also is related to increase the agricultural productivity of farmers and improve the standard of living of farming communities, because they can capture these new markets. This aspect of competitivity is a key to connecting the opportunities with higher quality of agricultural products, reduce the cost of transport and sales, and also the food and agribusiness company that we need to meet these standards that the imported products are also introducing to the food system. To this point, there are three important aspects. That there's a change of the diets that promoting these new products that they are animal origin, fresh fruits, vegetables, that from the point of view, from health and perspective, are the riskiest. Even today, most of the products continue to be traded in the traditional food markets, where both perishable and dried products, live, slaughtered animals are sold all together. So the safety condition, cleanness, the cold, but the value chain cold also is not the best and the optimal. From the public policy point of view, we know that improvement in urban food security will require investment in internal market infrastructure and greater knowledge of shared responsibility for providing said food between regulators, value chain actors, and farmers. So finally, I would like to mention that that perhaps there's a connection between what happened in Brazil in the past and where we are living today in Africa with this food system in transition. I will try to trade this parallel because there's a similarity between the process of urbanization, infrastructure, and wholesale markets. So, for example, that Brazilian government developed in the 70s to address this problem is a very interesting way. So what we mentioned, I think in Portuguese is SEASA, but the National Supply System Program includes to develop 21 supply centers. This systematic approach, this program became a powerful network of wholesale markets in urban areas, farmer markets in the rural areas, and more than 100 marketing points and retail markets. Another interesting point of this program is that the network also works as an integrate intelligent hubs, generating value in market information. So from this network was possible to estimate the urban demand for each product, giving the opportunity to the small farmers in the rural areas to adjust their production plans, reducing costs and optimizing procedures. With improved logistics, transparent market pricing mechanisms, and standardized supply procedures, Brazil fresh fruits and vegetable markets, increasing the farmer incomes. So because family and small farmers are key players in the production of these high-value products, this network provides the government with innovative framework to introduce policy to continue to improve the food system, introducing innovation in food production. In addition, this network enables better traceability, providing incentives to incorporate new standards, modern packaging options, food production procedures, improving the quality of food production system. So to finish this, my small and short presentation is that I wanted to highlight the importance to share the social cooperation and social experience between the recent past of Brazil and the present of Africa context. So with this, conclude my presentation, and thank you very much to all.
Obrigado, Fernando, a sua participação.
Thank you very much, Fernando. Your presentation was very important in terms of income that family farming represents a lot. There's a lot to be done still. And even in Brazil, we see that. Thank you very much, Fernando. And like to mention, I'd like to thank Romana and the other panelists. Today, some 90% of the Brazilian produce, when we talk about food safety and food stability and sustainability, of course, we must include family farming. It is very important. So I appreciate all of you for being here today, sharing your knowledge. Thank you very much.
Clap, 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 clap.
Já foi, né? Tá, que aí eu vou chamar o doutor Plínio pra fazer. Tá bom, tá bom. Pergunta só nesse microfone ou no outro. Muito bem, muito bem. Muito obrigada a todos. Estamos, então, encerrando na nossa arena os 4 painéis. Parabéns a todos os painelistas, a todos os moderadores que compartilharam conosco, né? Compartilharam tanto conteúdo. E, por favor, Dr. Plínio Nastari, presidente da Datrago, para suas palavras finais. Por favor, o áudio do Dr. Plínio. Microfone. Som. Aqui, Dr. Plínio. Obrigada. É isso.
Alô. Olha, eu gostaria de fazer algumas considerações de encerramento. É uma responsabilidade muito grande de fazer essas conclusões finais. Esperar mais um minuto. Mas, em nome das entidades todas realizadoras do GAF, que são a ABCZ, a BPA, a Abramilho, a Abrafrutas, o Fórum Nacional Sucroenergético, a Datagro, a Maisal, que congrega a Abramilho, a National Corn Growers Association, a Sociedade Rural Brasileira,
Brazilian Rural Society, UNAME, the National Union of the Corn Channel. I want to tell you about the satisfaction of doing this 5th edition, 10th year of this forum. This is an event that counted with the presence of the highest authorities of our country. They have been here in the opening in the first day. We had the president of our president, highest position, ministers of secretary, presidency, Minister of Economy, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Environment, Minister of Communications, Minister of Women. We've had the presence of the highest authorities in São Paulo. We've had here representatives representing the governor, Secretary of International Relationships, Mansotti, the Secretary of Agriculture and Supplying, Francisco Maturro, representatives and authorities of many, many countries present here, ambassadors. We had the presence of representatives of the highest level, Director of Agriculture of the Commerce Chamber, the President of the BRICS, Marcos Trujillo, the presidents of many, many sectors in many industrial sectors of Brazil and other countries, entrepreneurs, researchers, the academy, everybody discussing this great theme of GAF this year, which is food safety, sustainability, and climate change. The world is facing transformations, great transformations due to conflicts, war in Ukraine, change in geography, logistics that is transporting food and energy in the world. The world is moving towards Asia. That reflects in commerce flows. And we see an incredible need for innovation, technology development, and transferring these technologies from many countries in a fast way. That must be done, in particular by Brazil, with tropical.
The region of tropics and the temperate region, subtropical, which applies to a series of other geographies. And we see this search for knowledge and opportunities as a reflex of exactly the increase of food consumption which the world is facing with the growth of the middle class and the development of income, especially in the emerging countries. The challenge to produce more food is being fulfilled. Agriculture is being capable of producing not only food but energy sustainably. Energy for mobility and heating. And this provides a lot of hope as those discussions and threats that we would find boundaries for the development of agriculture. They have been falling flat due to technological development that has been observed. However, it is very clear the notion that we're not dealing only with challenges related to volume of supply, production, and supplies, but valuing this product. And it is very clear then the notion of the dominance and the word that has been discussed greatly throughout, the control of narrative and the normative and its control. So we must recover, take back control of the narrative to get the information to arrive correctly to the opinion makers and decision makers, the press and consumers. And the normative which is established by these decision makers, the parliaments, and those who are formulating regulations and on different levels. May they be regulations that do not embed distortions but are based on science and fair rules. And this may be the biggest challenge we are extracting from these past discussions, the challenge to create normatives that will value that which is being done correctly without distortions and are camouflaging restrictions and access to markets or restrictions that have as goal different targets from fair competition and market, which are factors that propel the continuity for innovation. So I wish to thank all the companies that supported the fulfillment of this event, that allowed for us to be able to accomplish it. All the governments from other countries that supported us. This is the only global event that counts with the support not only the Brazilian government, but the governments of over 30 countries, including the official support by the USDA and the European Commission, all organizations for international commodities, FAO, the support of the United Nations. This is the only event that does that. And GAF is consolidating itself even further as a great global event for discussion of such important themes related to food and energy that are the great contribution of agro to humanity. I wish to thank all the speakers that have been here sharing their intelligence and their experience, all the participants that have participated presentially, over 2,000 people, and all the participants that have taken part online through the different channels available on the internet, the media partners, and all sorts of media, printed, social, televised, that have been following us. And thank the GAFI Council, who have worked actively to get this contact to be elaborated in a more abundant and complete manner. I wish to thank Sergio for your contribution. Thank you so much, and all the members of the GAF board, and finally the whole staff for Data Agro, who organized and the curatorship for this event. I wish to thank Luis Felipe Nastari, Guilherme Nastari, and Monique, and the whole staff who have been here, João Otávio, Monique, Erica, Rafaela, Claudia, both with Claudia Nastari as well as Claudia Monini, Hucci, obviously, and my wife, and all those who have contributed to the fruition of this event. Thank you so much. My many thanks. GAF is an event that takes place every 2 years, so we hope to be able to meet again in 2024, maybe here in Brazil or any other geography of the world, given this is a global event. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the authorities who have been here, and for those of you who have followed us, I believe we managed to perform the biggest GAF ever. Thank you so much. GAFI is now officially closed. Thank you. I wish to thank all of you to watch together a retrospective of the second day.
Aquilo que se propõe ser espaço para a reflexão e o debate expandiu fronteiras e se tornou movimento contínuo.
aí nossos agradecimentos especiais a cada de vocês e a todos que apoiaram.
Our special thanks to all of you and everybody that supported the biggest encounter of international agribusiness, the Brazilian Agency of Promotion and Investment, Apex Brazil, Crop Life Brazil, our master sponsor, Bayer, Bradesco, Biag, the support of Banco BV, Gema, Globo Rural, Serasa Experience, MSD, Standard Bank, VBSO, Yara, and WIS. We'd also like to thank our collaborations, EY, FASP, Senar, and Carry, Ambev, Aurora, and Coop, Cochupé, Quantique, Coopert, and Lizzie Plain. We had the honor of receiving the participation of international organizations like the International Fund for Agriculture and Development, Inter-American Institution of Operation for Agriculture, International Sugar Organization, and the International Brains Council. Participation of USDA, chambers, and productive arrangements representing different governments. Participation as well as media supporters, our official partners, AgroMais, Terra Viva, Band News TV, Rural Channel, Plant Project, and Agro Universe. The event was transmitted live online to more than 30 countries, thanks to the streaming platform in agribusiness, Districts 1. If you want to know more about this platform and get to know more the level of digital that your company is, just access the website www.strix.1, transforming agro in digitalization solutions. We would like to thank all of you. We're going to see each other in the next GAF. May you all have great crop results in agribusiness. To everyone, I wish you success. Thank you.
Alô, alô. Galera, acende a luz aqui, nós vamos fazer a foto de final. Todo mundo dos realizadores, todos os realizadores do GAF aqui, Dr. Plínio, Dr. Cesário, Dr. Sérgio, Santim, quem está aqui? Mário. Vamos tirar a foto aqui de final do ano. Final do ano? Chama a Datagro, Érica, todo mundo aqui. Organiza aqui os realizadores primeiro. Abra frutas. E vai ter cerveja depois para no final aí, galera. Ihu! Aqui é agro, Dr. Cesário. Ihu! Fica aqui. Cadê o berrante, Peu? Cadê o berrante? Peu, primeiro os realizadores. Peraí, vamos sair nós aqui da Datago, deixa os realizadores. Vai, os realizadores aí. Paê, Dr. Cesário, Santinho aqui. Cadê o Mário? Mário, por favor. Gui, quem mais está faltando? Dr. Sérgio está atrás de você, pai. Ô, Marcelo, sai daí. Cadê a Teca, hein? Teca já foi embora?
E se a casa não encher?
E se for melhor esperar mais? Se eu desse um tempo?
Em momentos como este, podemos acreditar que não somos bons o suficiente. Mas ninguém é bom o tempo todo. É por isso que queremos ser bons quando você precisa. Com apoio do tamanho certo,
na hora e do jeito que você quer. Porque entre nós, você vem primeiro.
Somos o Banco BV. Temos uma trajetória de mais de 30 anos, que envolve solidez, inovação, pioneirismo e uma história de sucesso. Unimos maturidade digital de quem é precursor na revolução do mercado financeiro, com a expertise de empresas parceiras no segmento do agronegócio. Pioneiros em emissões de títulos agro e mercado de capitais como CPR, CDCA e CRA. Temos um portfólio completo de produtos financeiros, que inclui mesa de derivativos e câmbio. Além disso, atuamos de forma integrada na cadeia de distribuição das agroindústrias. Com inteligência setorial, por meio de pessoas dedicadas, acompanhamos tendências de mercado e atuamos com protagonismo. Isso inclui a agenda ESG, que é parte importante da nossa meta de compromissos até 2030, por um futuro mais leve. Porque nós, do Banco BV, acreditamos no agronegócio sustentável que ajuda a mover o Brasil.
Mais do que alimentos, o campo produz desenvolvimento, para quem está longe ou perto. É lá que tudo começa, onde se colhe a história e se planta o futuro. É o lugar em que a evolução vem da inovação, conectando a terra e a tecnologia a todos os lugares e a todas as pessoas. Crop Life Brasil, conectados pelo campo, juntos pelo futuro.
Nós da Bayer temos o compromisso de contribuir para o amplo acesso à saúde e à alimentação. Aqui na divisão de Crop Science, somos uma equipe global responsável com foco em pesquisa e inovação. A sustentabilidade é o valor que nos guia. Como uma das líderes do setor, temos o dever e a responsabilidade de enfrentar questões climáticas para a proteção da biodiversidade. Inovação é outra prioridade. Oferecemos aos agricultores as melhores soluções a partir de uma combinação única de sementes e biotecnologias, proteção de cultivos e ferramentas digitais. É nossa missão também utilizar a tecnologia para unir e alavancar dados de nossos produtos e operações. Nossa paixão pela descoberta nos motiva a não desistir de buscar as respostas necessárias para termos um futuro melhor, com saúde para todos, fome para ninguém.
Você sabe o que é um FIAGRO e no que ele investe? Os FIAGROS vieram para facilitar as empresas do agronegócio a acessar o mercado de capitais e assim aproximar ainda mais o setor dos investidores. Funciona assim. O fundo faz uma captação no mercado com diversos investidores que buscam investir no agronegócio. Após essa captação e com o dinheiro em mãos, o fundo, com a sua equipe de gestores especializados, faz empréstimos para as empresas inseridas na cadeia do agronegócio. Quando as empresas fazem os pagamentos dos empréstimos, o fundo fica apenas com a taxa de administração e, dependendo do fundo, uma taxa de performance, que são taxas pré-acordadas e que não irão mudar durante a vida do produto. Todo o restante dos rendimentos é repassado aos cotistas do fundo. Além disso, os FIAGROS podem oferecer diversos outros benefícios para os investidores, como a distribuição de rendimentos isentos de imposto de renda para pessoas físicas, investimento inicial baixo, diversificação setorial e regional dos investimentos, seleção e gestão de operações por um time experiente e focado no setor, diversificação na sua carteira de investimentos com alocação em um setor tão importante para o Brasil, e as cotas, em geral, são listadas na bolsa, proporcionando liquidez diária aos investidores.